Good morning, members, and good morning to all the visitors in the platform. My apologies. I'm trying to assist members to join. Some are having difficulties to join. Just give me 3 minutes, and then I will be back. Thank you. Good morning, members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sis Koliswa. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning again, members, and good morning to all our visitors in the platform. Members, I have an apology from Chairperson. Chairperson is having a burial that he had to attend this morning. So he is not able to join the meeting. Therefore, members, according to the NA rules, if the member is absent and unable to perform, if the chairperson is unable to perform his duties, members of the committee are then allowed to elect one of its members to be the acting chairperson. So, members, I would like to proceed over that election. I see Mr. Tebe, your hand is up.
Good morning to you, Secretary, and all our guests on the platform. I'm just responding to your request for us to elect a member as the acting chair in the absence of the chair.
Okay, Mr. Tebe, I now request members to raise their hands so that they can nominate. You can start, you can go on and elect Mr. Tebe.
I'd like to nominate Honorable Abada as our acting chair for the session.
Thank you, but can I decline and can I then nominate you, please? Because I'm not able to chair as I am multitasking at the moment. So please accept my apologies, but thank you so much for the nomination. Thanks.
Chair, I'm not sure if I'm allowed the second bite, but the reason I will not be able to act as the chair is because I'm with members of the community here, because the petition that is being dealt with, which is item number 1, in a sense is in my name, but also I'm supporting the community here. That's why I cannot chair and support them. That being so, perhaps I'd like then to nominate Honorable Kamede to be the acting chair.
And I second that.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, I'm done.
Mr. Kamede, are you
thank you.
available to take the position?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Before we come to the availability, understanding that one of my team member from our MKP, which is the organization that has deployed us, will be squashed with some other commitment on the side. So I would like to decline the nomination and nominate Honorable Dlamini. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder for Member Dlamini to be the acting chairperson?
I second, Secretary.
Member Dlamini, are you available to act as the chairperson in today's meeting? Ms. Mbali Dlamini, can you hear me?
Secretary.
Seemingly,
Sorry, I
we are
didn't
having problems. Mr. Duterte?
Sorry, my apologies to all our guests. May I nominate then Honorable Kihakilwe if Honorable Dlamini is not available either?
Okay, is there any seconder for me, Kihakilwe?
I'll second that, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Ms. Frenchman. Ms. Kihakilwe, are you available to be the chairperson acting today's meeting? As I indicated earlier, members and the visitors in the platform, that some members are experiencing connectivity in this meeting. Mayor Kihakilwe is coming in and out. I'm not sure whether she can hear me now. Mayor Betty?
Morning, I can hear you. My network is so bad.
Yes, you've been nominated to be the acting chairperson in today's meeting. Are you taking the position?
My network, I don't think I'll be able to be that much of assistance to the committee. Remember, I've got a funeral, so we are running around and in a rural area.
Goodness. Chair.
Yes.
Secretary.
Yes.
Okay. It looks like then we are gonna have to do the most difficult part. Can we then go back to the earlier part where a nomination by Honorable Abada was made, and then I'll respond to that so that we are more formal. Thank you.
Mr. Tutebe, can you repeat? I didn't understand your request.
Okay, if the rules allow us, then I will accept the nomination. But if we have to go back formally to the nomination by Honorable Abada of myself, then I will proceed and take the reins of the acting chair. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Ditebe. As you were nominated earlier on, I think we can proceed with your nomination and declare you as an acting chairperson of today's meeting. And now you are the chair and you can take over and preside over this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Secretary, for honoring this committee and standing in the position of the chair for a while so that we can elect the chair of the committee. And thanks to all the colleagues who are in attendance. And one notes the difficulties, logistical and otherwise, that they have. So I'd like to proceed right away. We don't have too many items today. My name is Sello Ditebe. I'm a member of parliament, and I gladly accept the acting position of the chair in the absence of our chair, who has a funeral that he's attending. And let me welcome all our guests, our officials from national to the province of the Free State, and the petitioners in Mofokeng, the residents of K10, Phase 2, Val Central Water, Matjhabeng Municipality, and all others, other important guests in attendance today. Our parliament is intent on ensuring that, apart from direct election of public representatives, participatory democracy can be extended to ordinary citizens so that they form part and parcel of the lifeline of our constitutional democracy. And today, in particular, is that day when we extend, if you like, the lifeline of our constitutional democracy by engaging citizens. We've dealt with quite a number of issues from Mawiga to Slovo Park, and we continue. And if there is anything we would like to inspire confidence in our own citizens as far as the critical role that their legislature, which is found in Chapter 4 of the Constitution, that is Parliament, plays in their role, and that it can play that oversight and ensure that all other levels of the executive machinery are held accountable, and that we work collaboratively with all other branches or arms of the state, so that the well-being of the people of the Republic, as the Constitution promises under the principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations, that particular section says, that is Section 41 of our Constitution. Without any further ado, I'd like to then ask you to start us off on the first item on the agenda. Secretary, perhaps starting, you'll tell us who else has apologized so that we dispense with that, and then we can come to the very first item that we are dealing with today. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, again, and good morning to all our guests in the platform. Chairperson, the apology I received from Chairperson, as I already alluded to, that he is having a funeral that he's attending this morning. I also received an apology from the Minister of Human Settlements, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements. He might join because he also having a network challenges. The Minister of Water and Sanitation, Mema Jordina, the DM, Mr. Mahlobo, and Mr. Bloom, and also the MEC for Human Settlements, MEC Mokoena from the Free State. They are also not available due to various reasons. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Secretary. We note those apologies. However, we hope that the apologies themselves will not detract from the important business of the day, because we have in attendance our very able officials from the two spheres, that is the three spheres rather, national, provincial, and local, so that we are able to give effect to all the decisions that will emanate from this particular meeting. Right away, then, I think we will proceed, having dispensed with item 3. We will then proceed to the very first item, which is a presentation by members of the Residents Committee. We will start with the introduction, which will be done by the chairperson. For reasons that I explained earlier, I had hoped that one of us would be the acting chair so that I support the committee, but you can understand that the committee is unable to get connected without assistance from somebody who has the logistical means to do so. So please do not be surprised when the committee presents using my gadget. The chair will quickly do the introduction of the committee, starting with himself. So that is that. I will then hand over to the chair, Dr. Rafuku, who will then briefly talk to the committee as to who is here, etc. I will switch on the camera so that you can see him. He understands that he is addressing Parliament. So, yeah. Dr. Rafuku, you may take a seat. Please sit.
Ke a leboha baetapele ba ka hore fa monyetla wa hore ebe tsatsing lena re dutse re tlo ntsha mathata a rona. Ke Sam Rafuku ya buang leng yana chairperson ya komiti ya baahi. Motlatsi wa ka ke ntate Tshwarelo Qaba, secretary ke ausi Felicia Radebe. O kentse apology hae o sekolong wa ngola tsatsing lena. Deputy ya ke ausi Nthabile Mathiso. Treasurer ke mme Elisa Mohapi. Subcommittee members ke ntate Radile Khaitsiwi, ebe mme Disebo Busakwe, ebe mme Sara Lebese, ntate Tumelo Thokwane, ntate Hlabathi, mme Mapitso Mokhuane, ntate Siyabonga Sesedinyana, le mme Betty Rampai, le ausi Dineo Hlabathi. Ke a leboha baetapele ba ka.
Thank you very much. That was the introduction of the committee. Not all members are here, but quite a significant number of them. 6 of them are here. The chair, deputy chair, the deputy secretary, and other members of the various subcommittees. At this stage, then I'll hand over to the deputy secretary, Nthabile Mathiso, to then present. You can flight the presentation and she will talk to it. Nthabile, you may come and sit here.
Ke kopa ho nka motsotso ona ke dumedise moifo o kgabane wa Palamente. Ke leboha le motsotso e re o fuwe wa hore re tlo ba monane kopanong mmoho le palamente e tlotlehang. Re leboha le Ntate Dithebe ka monyetla a re thusitseng ho re lwanela hore ebe kajeno ke rona bana ba dutseng monana ka pele ho palamente. Ya buang ke Mme Nthabeleng Mathiso, ke motlatsa modulasetulo.
Tlatsa mongodi.
Motlatsa mongodi, ba tshwarelo. Re komiti e tswang phase 2 K10 ke informal settlement. Re na le dilemo tse 8 re le sebakeng seo. Re ile ra lla makhanselareng a fetileng le meyara a fetileng. Re kopa thuso, ha re ka ba ra fumana thuso. Re lile le lekhanselareng le ntseng le dutse setulong hona jwale, le ho meyara a ntseng a dutse setulong hona jwale. Le teng. Okay, le teng, ha hona thuso e re e fumaneng. Re la ba ra etsa matsapa hore re ye mmaeneng wa Tshepong a haufinyana le moo re dulang teng, re kopa dithuso. Le hona teng, ha re ka ba ra fumana thuso. Re ba aibe leng hore re phela tlasa maemo a mang a utlwisang bohloko. Dilemo tsenana tse re di dutseng re ntse re mamelletse, fela re phela ka thata. Re ba aibe leng hore Maria selemo se seng le se seng, re na le mekhukhu e ka bang 10 e tjhang. Ha hona le mafu, bafu ba rona ha ba kgone ho kena ka hare ho dibaka ka baka la ditsela. Hona le bakudi, hona le baimana. Dikoloi tsa mmuso, di-ambulance ha di kgone ho kena. Ha pula di nele, metsi a kena ka hara mekhukhu, a mang a kopotsa fatshe ka hare ho dibaka tseo re phelang ho tsona. Re lile le hona jwale tjenana re ntse re lla. Re kopa thuso. Thuso e re kopang, re kopa mobu, re kopa lefatshe, re kopa ho upgrade-wa sebakeng seo re leng ho sona. Tlasa diteko tse tlabeng di entswe tsa hore mobu o a lokela hore re be moo kapa ha o lokele. Kapa ha hona le lefatshe le teng, le leng hore masepala o ikarabella ho lona, hore tle re kgone ho fumana dithuso. Re kopa ho be le hore masepala a re thuse. Taba ya bobedi e re llang ka yona, re lla ka taba ya metsi. Re fumana metsi ka thuso ya dijojo. Le teng, ha se metsi a dutseng a tla kgafetsa. Re a fumana ka nako eo, ka nako e nngwe ho le balehe. Re nka e se tsela e bolokehileng kapa e hlwekileng ka tsela re fumanang metsi ka teng. Re kopa ho thuswa ka taba ya metsi. Re fumane metsi ka tsela e nepahetseng. Selemong se fetileng ka April, re ile ra kopana le Ntate Dithebe. Tlasa diphoso tse re neng ntse re di etsa bodulong ba rona, di-chamber di teng ka ho rona ka male tsa Vaal Central Water. Re batho ba neng ba sebedisa di-chamber tseo. Ke ho hlatswa, ke ho nwa, ntho e nngwe le nngwe re ne re etsa moo. Fela re ile ra le bona Ntate Dithebe hore a fihle ka hare ho maphelo a rona hobane o ile a re fa tsela tse nepahetseng le metjha e re lokelang hore re etse. Mme Ntate Dithebe ha re ntse re sebedisana mmoho le yena, o ile a re thusa hobane re ile ra bona moifo wa human settlement le moifo wa water and sanitation o fihla ka hare ho sebaka sa rona. Ba tlo bona hore na re phela sebakeng sa mofuta ofeng tlasa maemo a jwang. Le rona re hlokometse ka nako eo hore ke hona ho tsebisahalang ka mathata a rona, but re na le dilemo tse 8 re dula ka hare ho sebaka seo. Ka mora hore moifo o tsamaye, Ntate Dithebe o ile a boela a re thusa hape ka tsela ya petition, hore re le setjhaba re kopane re etse petition. Re itele. E leng seo re neng re sa tsebe hore na re nka tsela efeng, re nka hore re ya kae. Fela ka yena re ile ra kgona ho fumana thuso hore ka jenena ke rona bana re mona moo re leng teng. Ka mora petition e re entseng, sello se re ileng ra se etsa ho ofisi ya mme ya tlotlehang, Mme Thoko Didiza. Re bone batho ba Vaal Central Water ba tlile ba ntse ba re thusa, ba se ba re kenyeditse dipompo tse ka bang 2, di-pipe tjhe ba ntse ba le tshebetsong. Ke nngwe re lebohelang eo. Ho latela ka mokgo dipompo tsena di kenywang ka teng, di bonahala di itshetlehetse lehlakoreng lena le hona ho ya ka male ka di-chambereng ka mona ka mone re senya ka teng fela re sa iketse. Jwale re ntse re kgutla hape re kopa boipiletso hona hodima taba ya dipompo tseo. Ha ho na le mokgwa o re ka thuswang ka ona hore re mpe re fumane bo di-hippo tanks, re ka leboha ha re ka ra thuswa ka tsona. Hona jwale jwalo ka ha ke bua, moifo wa Matjhabeng wa housing o teng ka hare ho rona ka mane ho ntso ho count-uwa di-structures. Re a bona di-structures di account-uwa. Re na le potso e re ipotsang yona hodima Matjhabeng. Re bona moifo wa Matjhabeng wa housing, ha re bone moifo wa HDA, e leng ona ka kutlwisiso ya rona re tsebang hore ke ona o ikarabellang tabeng ya hore a mobu o a lokela kapa mobu ha wa lokela kapa hona le ho loketseng kapa hona le ho sa lokelang. Re bona ho count-uwa di-structures, ha re tsebe ka mora di-structures tseo rona ho tlo tla etsahala eng. Ke kopa ho emisa hakalo. Ke kopa ho tlatseletsa hape tabeng ya tsa bophelo bo botle. Jwalo ka se ke hlalositse hore re na le bakudi, re na le baimana, re na le bana ba banyane, ho na le matamo ka sebakeng tsena tse re phelang ho tsona. Ho na le dikoti tse ileng tsa siuwa ke kontraka ho thweng e ne sebetsa pele yaba e a tlohella. E siile mabitlahadi a mekoti, ditotoma tse reng ha di tletse metsi, bana ha ba bona metsi ba nahana moo ba bapallang teng. Dikoti tsena di beha bana ditseleng. Re etsa boipiletso mmusong hore dikoti tseo di kwalwe. Bana ba ya lemala, bana ba hlokahala, bana ba nkuwa ke metsi, bana ba wela mekoting, ba nkuwa ke diretse. Maemo a rona ho hang ha a kgotsofatse, ho hang ha a thabiswe. Ke ka hona re etsang boipiletso ba hore re kopa ho upgrade-wa kapa ho mpe ho be teng lefatshe le leng le hore re ka isiwa ho lona ha e le hore mobu ha o dumele sebakeng se re leng ho sona hore re ka hahelwa hodima sona. Ke a leboha.
Thank you very much, Matiso Tabele. There you have it, members. The presentation has been made. Secretary, what is the next presentation? I would imagine that after this, we'll then have a presentation from the different entities. Can you just guide me on that so that we complete the picture to allow members, once that is done, for them to be able to make their interventions? What is next after this presentation by residents?
The next presentation will be Matjhabeng local municipality chairperson.
Okay, who is representing the municipality?
The I was told that he was going to join the meeting, so I'm not sure whether he is in.
Okay.
Matjhabeng.
The active municipal manager is Dr. Vuyo Adonis. Is he in the meeting?
Honorable Chairperson, the meeting together with my team. I am with the team from the affected departments. In the main, I am with Mayor Mase Mulenzani.
Acting MM, may I interrupt you? Do you have your video on? I'm not sure whether you have a bandwidth issue. Briefly, would like to just have sight of you and your team, because all the other people that are presenting will then have their video switched on. Is that kindly, if you could just switch on your video? You're not that audible, ma'am.
Let me correct that. Can you hear me now?
Okay, please proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. As I said before, my name is Boya John, the acting municipal manager, and I am on the team, the chief of staff from the office of.
Before that, sorry, can everybody hear the I can hear him, but
No, Chairperson, we're struggling to hear.
okay, can you get closer to one of the devices, where we can hear you? Can you use one of the devices? Is that possible? Okay, you may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, you are audible now. Thank you.
As I said before, my name is Voya Donis, the acting municipal manager. I am with the team from our municipality, acting director, infrastructure, Matjhabeng Tombeni, the acting director, human settlement, Mase Muletsani. I'm also with Mayor Budalampaka, manager in human settlement, Mujanaga, in human settlement. I'm also with the chief of staff, that Martin Mlungisi. And in the interest of time, Chair, for our presentation as Matjhabeng, we are going to be led by Mayor Mase Muletsani. If you allow us, Chair, can we continue in that order as we requested, Chair?
Yes, indeed. We allow Mayor Muletsani to proceed with the presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure from the IT section, we submitted the presentation. Can they flag it? Or should we flag our own presentation?
Yeah, you have the rights. You are a co-host now. You can flag the presentation. Thank you.
I want to share. now.
Are you able to flag Mayor Muletsani? If not, Secretary, can you? Okay, there it
Let
is.
me assist, Chair.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm going there. I will select what. Okay. Can all members see the presentation?
Yes.
All right. This is a presentation for Kutlwanong Informal Settlement K10. Focusing on K10 phase 2 and as well as the school site. The municipality has a total of 31 informal settlement, which were categorized in terms of the existing informal settlement and as well as rising informal settlement. For this presentation, we're focusing on the two, as indicated, K10 phase 2, as well as the school sites, which are located on a municipal farm called Leo Bosch 285 in Odendazres. This K10 phase 2 in the school site, they emerged around 2020 and 21. And K10 phase 1 was formalized, and K10 phase 2 is the one that is where the informal settlement is. And in K10 phase 1, where there was formalization, there was also another informal settlement that emerged on a school site, which I'll also zoom into. For this chair exercise, the municipality started with the enumeration of this informal settlement on the 21st of July, as part of an ongoing program that we have, where we ensure that we are now profiling all our informal settlement. And for this enumeration, we requested assistance from the Department of Human Settlement as well as the HDA to assist the municipality with human capacity. Unfortunately, they are also understaffed and could not assist. So this process of the enumeration is strictly conducted by municipal employees. So this enumeration covers specifically these two informal areas, not the formal areas. On the slide, you can see where the boundary of the red, this is where the informal settlement is. And on the right-hand side, this is where the formal settlement is. So you can see that the better part of this farm is actually contains the informal settlement. And on the second map is the location, is the locality map, where we have the school sites, where we have this informal settlement within Kutlwanong phase 1, where we have a formal settlement in. So we have this informal settlement within the formal settlement. Currently, as the municipalities, the services that are on this informal settlement are quite minimal, as services are rendered in the formal settlement, which is K10 phase 1. So K10 phase 2 and the school site don't actually have access to these services. However, the Department of Human Settlement has been assessed. We have actually asked the Department of Human Settlement to assist us through the program called a pipeline, the informal settlement upgrading pipeline, where we've registered these two informal settlement on, so that they can be part of the funding mechanism. The objective of the enumeration was for us as a municipality to verify first the occupancy on who is actually on this informal settlement, to also determine the number of qualifying households, as well as whether there are abandoned or your ghost shacks or vacant erven there, as well as collecting reliable socioeconomic data to inform future planning, service delivery and housing programs, as well as to prevent any duplicate enumeration of structures, to also ensure that there is every structure is accounted for during the verification process, to strengthen the quality assurance and data validation, and also to facilitate the easy identification of structures during the follow-up inspection, monitoring, and future planning initiatives. We then went to K10 school site, where this enumeration happened. We're able to count all the shacks that are there. On the phase 1 informal settlement of the school site, we have a total number of 232 informal structures. Among them, there's 149 of occupied structures that are actually verified, and 67 of those shacks are actually locked, where we could not get the residents that are currently staying there. And 12 of them are ghost structures. What do you mean by ghost structures? You see there's a structure, but there's actually nobody who is residing in that structure. And while we're doing this process, we then discovered that amongst those that were verified, 4 of the structures are occupied by non-South Africans. The findings that indicated during the enumeration process is that, yes, we did find some of the structures that were actually locked. The ghost structures, as I indicated in my previous slide. I think another issue that is actually quite key is that our section within the land management branch has actually limited personnel. So this share is making the process to be prolonged due to the issue of staff challenges. The current staff that is there is actually insufficient. We have about 5 human bodies that are able to do this on a daily basis. So if you can be assisted. Maybe with more human bodies, we'll be able to conclude this exercise timelessly. And then I move to K10 phase 2, where we have an informal settlement. The process of the enumeration is actually ongoing. Yesterday, we were on 740 structures that we're actually verifying and that were visited. And among the 740, 80 of those were go shacks. And we're seeing that what we have picked up in K10 Extension 1 school sites, the results are quite similar with what we are finding while we're doing this enumeration process. A comprehensive report is still being written, where we'll give the full results. So at this stage, that process is not yet complete, as we are still doing the process of enumeration even today. The process is slow, Chair, due to the challenges that I've indicated. So as a result, this process is also ongoing. These are the pictures of the colleagues and the markings that we are using. We are using a blue marking, visiting all these informal settlement in K10 phase 2. So each one will get a number. For example, there's SK26. So when we do the profiling on SK on this property, we'll be able to know who's actually staying here, how long they've been staying, and the family, how many people are staying there, anyone who's receiving a grant, all of those as per the questionnaire that we're currently using as a municipality. So these are some of the houses and the officials that are actually on the ground. Chair, the future plans of the municipality is that we are in a process. We want to formalize K10 phase 2 and formalize it on the farm law board 285, which is owned by the municipality. And secondly, for the school site in phase 1, K10, we want to relocate them, move them from the school site to the K10 phase 2. And in that, as a municipality, there's an application that we have done to Val Central, to ask Val Central to assist us with the standpipe, and that I think will be installed whilst the township establishment processes are actually underway. The municipality will also take the responsibility of removing the refuse in the informal settlement as an interim in terms of service delivery. And the Department of Human Settlement, the municipality will also apply for the formalization of this township. What I mean for that, the process of applying for formalization, meaning the studies that has to be done for us to determine how much of the land is actually developable, that will apply through to the Department of Human Settlement to assist the municipality with the process of the formalization of the township. As the municipality don't have a budget, currently we don't have a budget to do so. I think once the township now has been formalized, we'll then apply to DWS for internal services, which is your water and sanitation, as well as applying to ESCOM. I think ESCOM is the one that has the authority to electrify, not the municipality. Once that is done, then blading will commence, where we'll open internal roads, which will then be followed by the layout that would have been there during the process of the township establishment. I think I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Ma'am and Ma'am Letsani. I think we will then, as I said, to complete the whole picture, we'll move on to the next presentation. I think it's by the Free State Department of Human Settlements. Am I right, Secretary?
Yes, Chairperson, we can move to the Free State Human Settlements if they have something to add on the Kutlwanong, or we can finish Kutlwanong and go straight to the other items. I think we need to finish Kutlwanong now before we move to the second presentation.
Yes, precisely. My understanding is that both the provincial department and the national department, if they would like to augment the presentation by Matjhabeng, specifically on the issue of the so-called school site part of the informal settlement and phase 2 of the informal settlement in Ward 22, if both departments are department at national and starting with the provincial one, could then commence with that part, because I think their presentation is inclusive of a number of aspects, including that Mofokeng's issue. May I then hand over to the department, provincial department? Is HOD in attendance, or is there someone that's been delegated to do that?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Advocate.
Yes, let me acknowledge honorable members of the committee, members of the community, the DGs present here, as well as my colleagues from GWS, my colleagues from national and provincial, and also our champion, who's Mayor Lucy Mbele from national, who's here. Chairperson, we think it will be prudent that we'll respond compositely when our turn to present comes. So as for us, just not to comment in installments with regard to what the community has submitted and what Matjhabeng has presented. We just beg for your indulgence, Chair, that allow us, if there are gaps in what we would have responded to, you'll guide us accordingly. But I think we would equally address issues raised by the community, but also issues raised by Matjhabeng, if you so allow, Chairperson, when our turn comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, HOD Advocate. You are on the floor right now to do exactly that. In terms of item 7, it's your turn to do so. Yes, indeed, you can lift certain specific salient points that Matjhabeng has raised, but nothing should stop you from covering points holistically that you already have in your presentation. You may proceed, HOD.
As it pleases the committee chairperson, thank you very much. Natalie will take us through the presentation. Can you kindly give us the rights to share?
They can share. They have it.
You have all the rights to share, Advocate, and the team.
Much appreciated. Go ahead.
Still not sharing.
Secretariat, may you please give Dr. Ben Leo rights to share? Is still disabled on his side, please.
Done, HOD.
Proceed. You may lash the horse, Natalie.
Good morning. Yes, good morning. My name is Ben, the surname is Leo. I'll be taking through the response from the department in terms of the petition as received. The response from the department is as follows. We're going to be talking to progress on matters in the petition. The second item is the delay in the issuing of title deeds. And the third item is the assistance to the R293 housing stock beneficiaries. The first one. Oh, okay. The first one, like I indicated, Chair, is the petition received from Kutlwanong K10 residents, and our response is as follows. Following from what Matjhabeng has presented now, we are just amplifying that to say, yes, indeed, the department is in support of the municipality, and we are being responsive to the issues at hand. Maybe just to can give a bit of background. Initially, we had about 4 settlements in Kutlwanong, namely K10, Mshenguville, L and Block 1, 6, and 5, as well as K5, and Block 4 informal settlements. All of them, they have now been consolidated, and we have what is called today Extension 13, meaning that the township has been established and approved as Kutlwanong Extension 13. And this settlement was also accommodated, the other 3 categorized, settlements as part of the relocation process. Okay. Today, Chair, honorable members, we are reporting that the informal settlements has been upgraded to phase 3. What does it mean? It means that the department is now at a point of putting services. Services in what sense? Water and sewer, and the numbers are as follows. We are putting sewer and water to about 2,925 sites or even. To date, we are reporting that 2 contractors have been appointed by the department to conduct or to implement the project. The contract commenced from the 7th of April 2026, and the expected timeline for the contract to complete is 26 May 2027. The contractors are currently doing on-site assessment as the project is an incomplete project. What does this mean? It means initially the previous contract, we are trying to assess whether the infrastructure is fit for purpose, and therefore we won't be able to experience the leakages at some point. Maybe just to indicate to members that there was a bit of pushback upon the 2 contractors being appointed. Why? Because there was an uproar by the communities of all this extension, including the neighboring areas, wherein they were indicating that they will also want to have a piece of cake in terms of employment. But also to indicate, Chair, that there was also a pushback around your so-called construction mafias, and that on its own caused the delay to this date. But however, we can confirm that the contractors have since commenced with the work. And today we are reporting that the process around 80 and 90% of the pipeline infrastructure is already in place, Chair. What the committee has been or raised now with the committee is exactly what we are trying to explain here. To say the municipality has commenced with the assessment and the allocation of temporary numbers to the additional beneficiaries. This is where honorable members will recall we went there after there was an uproar on social media. There were videos doing the rounds wherein there was waterlogged, houses or shacks there, and other households, experienced a bit of their furniture was affected and so on. And then I think it's when the portfolio committee visited the area. But also members would recall that it's not a foregone conclusion, because according to the face value assessment, the area is a 100-year floodline, meaning it conventionally can be a waterlogged area at some point in the event that we have heavy rains in the area, and it was demonstrated recently when the houses were waterlogged. However, the municipality is currently doing, it's busy categorizing the area. They did speak about the enumeration of the current shacks on site, and conventionally they are going to categorize that to determine whether to be upgraded in situ or active relocation process. I must also indicate that from the member or the deputy secretary, yes, this is what it's a process called, it follows the NASP process, wherein it's technical services being provided at that level. It's a joint effort by the municipality. They might not see HDA on the ground, but this is a joint effort. Remember, HDA is our own entity, We are working with them across, all these other informal settlements to be able to ensure that we upgrade our informal settlements to the highest or to the, required standard. Now, the next issue is the delay in the issuing of, title deeds. A case of Mr. Mofokeng as received from the municipality or as part of the issues raised with us through the petition. To date, members, we are reporting that initially we did have issues around our performance on title deeds as a province. We were not doing well for the past few years, but however, confidently we can report that we have since improved our performance in that regard. However, we are reporting that we have since appointed 4 conveyancers to add to our database, meaning now we have about 5 conveyancers on the panel to be able to, assist us with implementation or issuing of title deeds. And this is your conventional, under the Act 107 of BNGs, and the performance therefore is, expected to improve. And challenges experienced initially or previously will also include townships that have not been proclaimed. And also the registration of title deeds have been done through the Convention of Act 81, which continues to be championed by the department and officials. We also reporting that for the area, Matjhabeng, all endorsed title deeds, meaning your leasehold certificates, have been handed back to Matjhabeng. We can confidently report that 96 title deeds were handed to the beneficiaries on the 5th of June 2026 by the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements and the MEC. And this included also included 88 of Act 81 title deeds, as well as 8 military veterans title deeds. But also, members, we're thinking as a department to bring this to our attention. Upon us doing that particular exercise, we have since realized that there are about 2,900 registered, title deeds, or 2,952 title deeds that were erroneously registered. And the next slide indicates that this is the breakdown of what we are talking about in terms of that number. We have in Honey Park, as an example, in extension 15, 23, and 11, we have abandoned title deeds. I mean, if we were to administer abandoned title deeds, all in all, when you look at extension 15, 23, and 11, Chiganisha, 130, we have abandoned title deeds. Albany, 7, we have about 135. All combined abandoned title deeds is about 879 when you combine them. You also have illegal occupants, in some of the properties. In Kalaria, we have about 242 illegal occupants. In Tabo, we have about 492. Both combined, we have about 734, illegal occupants in most of the structures or in some of these structures. So it does show that our work is cut out as a department, and we're going to have, it's a bit of a long journey to be able to, address and administer this particular title deeds. The next slide indicates that the challenges experienced by the department, the 3 key ones that stands out is the estate and occupancy issues, which I've just highlighted now, illegal property sales, because you'll find in some of these areas, people sold properties among themselves. No record has been submitted to the department to be able to update our register, and issues of funding and accountability gaps that generally are experienced within our municipalities across the province. However, we have since proposed remedial actions to deal with some of these things, in terms of administering and addressing these challenges. We are saying as a department, we're going to fast track estate administration. We are currently engaging our social facilitation program. We are enhancing that to be able to do what is called consumer education in some of these areas, to teach our people about estate issues and so on. So these are some of the efforts that we are doing as a department. Now, the issue of Mr. Mofokeng. Sorry about that. The issue of Mr. Mofokeng cut across. We are experiencing a lot of companies presenting themselves to the department, indicating that they represent some of these beneficiaries, or have what is called the dead book coming from all these areas. Recently, maybe just to illustrate my point, we received what is called interlocutory interlocutory affidavit from Kutlwanong Properties. What does it mean? This follows the MEC's budget vote speech in April this year, wherein the MEC indicated that as a province, as a caring government in the Free State, we went out to do enumeration. We tried to verify Kutlwanong forum houses, and this follows our activity or our exercise followed the mandate or the instruction that emanated from MINMEC, technical MINMEC, wherein I think Mr. Mdluli went to present his case as Kutlwanong forum to be able to represent properties coming from various areas in the province. And upon Mr. Mdluli engaging National then wrote letters to various provinces, including us as a province, to say, look, please have a create audience for Mr. Mdluli. Let Mr. Mdluli submit lists of people that is talking about to you as a province, but it doesn't end there. Please, Free State, go on the ground and try to enumerate and confirm what Mr. Mdluli is talking about. We did that, but unfortunately, we experienced this problem, the interlocutory affidavit from Kutlwanong Financial Services led by Mr. Mofokeng, and we have since responded. We did as a department what is called the response affidavit, in decline of what he was claiming from the department. What it then means is that within that interlocutory affidavit, Kutlwanong Financial Services was saying to the department, you went to lift the red tape, you went to muddy the crime scene, and therefore you stand liable for the debt book, which to date is amount to 500 million. And then we are contesting that, and we did an application on our side, which the MEC has since signed, and we are doing this thing through our state attorneys to be able to respond accordingly. There's been a lot of issues around these particular properties on the ground. You have oversight. There were about 2 gentlemen that came here to the department as well, indicating that no, they represent some of these properties in Matjhabeng, Velkom, Odendaars in particular. And then we asked questions. How did you land with this property? They then said, no, we went to buy these properties on auction. And then these people, we had an agreement to say it's rent to buy up until they find solutions on the department. So with that, we are saying as a department, we need to go deeper to these things to try and get to the bottom of it and maybe get information as to how to navigate through all these challenges on the ground. And this includes Mr. Mofokeng as well as part of our research process and in an effort to try to resolve these things. However, Chair, we are reporting to date as a department to say there are some of these properties that have been transferred previously to beneficiaries and title deeds have been issued. However, we do admit as a department that there are also properties that are still outstanding due to various challenges, which I've already mentioned, to say you have different faces to different houses. There are different companies that present themselves, that are saying they've been trying to knock at the door of the department in the last 10, 15 years or so. We are asking questions, why now? But then we have to go back as a department to try and glean facts and verify what the allegations that they are putting forth to the department. However, our hands are very tight as a department because we don't have reference data that will assist us to be able to confirm or decline some of these things. So it becomes more of a challenge because we are going through boxes and stuff like that. Some of this information no longer finds itself within the department. A case in point, I'm going to go back to Kutlwanong Financial Services, wherein you'll find there was an official who was working within the department. Upon him resigning from the department, he took some of the information. He's now using it against the department. He allegedly so has joined Kutlwanong Financial Services. So when you try to look around the department, there's no reference data within the department. And we're having challenges as a result. Lastly, Chair, assistance to the 293 housing stock beneficiaries and a follow-up. Here we are requested to indicate to members, honorable members, to say, yes, you have these properties behind your back as a department. Tell us how you're going to do it and what are you going to do as a roadmap or process map. We are saying today to the honorable members, the intention from the department is that we trying to systematically address the R293 housing stock through applicable housing programs, various financial interventions from the department. To date, through the information that we managed to gather on the table. We can count plus minus 8,000 reported cases on the R293 properties in the province, and we find them in this particular area as listed there, Honorable Chair and members. However, what is the approach of the department upon us getting this, in anticipation that, at some point we'll be able to have a resolution to these properties and so on? We are saying to members, the approach is that we are going to, firstly, as in the first attempt, replacement of two-roomed houses with BNGs, especially in Tabanchu. I think the Tabanchu issue is that we went there to be able to identify through our two-room rectification program. So we could see that some of these houses are there. So it becomes our low-hanging fruit as a department. The second issue is to convert some of this, conversion of deeds of grants and leasehold certificate into full ownership. That is our, ultimate intent as a department. But today we can also report that, Chair, about 955 endorsements have been completed since November 2025, just to indicate that the department's traction is in the right direction to be able to do some of those quick wins. We are able to resolve complex ones. We are putting them back on the line. But however, we are showing interest and also our commitment as a department to be able to resolve some of those things. So, Chair, officials in the department continue to collect these deeds of grant and leasehold certificates from municipalities, and in an attempt to ultimately register them with the deeds of deeds register for purpose of endorsement, Chair. But what did the department do in an effort to respond to what the committees say? The department has established a working committee, the R293 working committee, and the committee has been established to look, amongst others, the following: verification and regularization, develop property by property implementation register, physical housing intervention, ownership and devolution. But the team, just to indicate members, it constituted by various components within the department, key ones, strategic ones, such as affordable housing, PMU, which is our technical wing in the department, legal services, beneficiary administration, finance, land tenure, and also the municipalities. I must indicate that the Chair, the HOD has since issued letters to all affected officials. HOD has appointed a chairperson to this committee. Members have been officially appointed through letters, and they have since, acknowledged and accepted these nominations. And lastly, Chair, we are indicating this is our process flow, Chair, to say upon us, being appointed officially, what are we going to do as a department? We have divided our efforts into 3 phases. Phase 1 as a committee. Phase 1, committee who is going to do the verification exercise. We are putting here the timelines of 1 to 6 months for the committee to verify this data. Remember, some of this data, it's going to be a bit of tricky exercise because readily available information is missing here. So we need to, roll up our sleeves, go to the ground and ensure that we generate, credible data, as it were. So we are counting from the 15th of August 2026 up until the 14th of February 2027, wherein this team is going to try and consolidate, lists and ensure that we have credible data on the table. The phase 2 then will cover regionalization and housing intervention, wherein upon us verifying this list, we are targeting to use programs such as EEDBS, documentation on the system to be able to execute some of these funding models. However, we also saying that we'll solicit the support from the MEC through a submission wherein the MEC is going to give us approval to proceed in terms of the devolution or handing over of these properties. The phase 3, therefore, will include the transfer and close out. We are counting here 19 to 24 months, and the period will run from 15 February 2028 up until 14th of August 2028. But the bottom side is just the Gantt chart that indicates the flow of events and ensure that nothing is left behind and everything is run seamless up until the end of phase 3. I think this is the end of my presentation, Shodi. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also acknowledge the DG of Human Settlement, Dr. Alec Muemi. That's our presentations, Chairperson. We thank you, Tatelio. We decided to present on the progress in the petition of matters raised in the petition. And our second presentation was the one relating to the delay in issuing of title deeds. And as you've seen, Chairperson, the last presentation was with regard to the assistance to R293 Housing Stock Beneficiaries. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, HOD, and thanks to Ndadeliu, the entire team from the Free State. Secretary, I think at this moment it is proper to allow our water entity, Val Central, to just make a quick presentation to augment what the department has so far presented together with the municipality, then thereafter allow our national department to then also talk to everything that's been raised so far, because indeed they have interest, excuse me, in all of these issues that have been raised so far, because they are a national department. At this stage, may I then invite the representative of our water entity, Val Central. I wish I had enough money to pay you that 9 billion rand. I live in a municipality that is culprit number one. Acting MM and team in Matjhabeng are listening. We want that SLA. We want that SLA, Acting MM, please. No dithering. That's a different matter now, but very important. Secretary, is Val Central in attendance? May we then allow them to present, talk to the issue that that was raised by the residents as well as the municipality and the department.
Yes, Chairperson, Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as Val Central.
Okay.
Ma'am Apupa, can you assist, please?
Thank you.
There's the presentation. Okay.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members. My name is Luvuyo Ntoi. I'm the Chief Executive for Val Central. I'm not sure, Chair, whether am I audible, Chair?
Very much so, CE. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
I also see you. You look very handsome.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, we as Val Central, we had also received a petition, as you rightfully indicate, Chairperson, that we were also mentioned in the petition in relation to the provision of the water supply in the K10 informal settlement. We then prepared a short presentation also just to indicate our role and responsibility and what is it that we then propose in order for us to be able to assist the community of K10, Chair. I would then request the colleagues that are driving the presentation then to go to the next. Yeah, thank you. Just to indicate, Chair, that we've got 3 bulk lines that are running through the community of K10, which are quite huge pipes and highly pressurized. We know that in terms of the accountability point of view, the Matjhabeng is the Water Services Authority, and therefore they are responsible for the reticulation. Our role, Chair, starts and ends with the provision of bulk, where we actually get water from the Val River. We then purify the water and then we send it through these pipelines to Matjhabeng, to our strategic reservoirs. Once they've reached those strategic reservoirs, then our responsibility ends there. Then Matjhabeng then becomes responsible in terms of making sure that they then supply all the areas of Matjhabeng with regards to water, including Kutlwanong, Chair. Can you just go back?
Somebody mute whoever is interrupting the CE. Mute that person who's interrupting the CE.
The office of the HOD. The HOD boardroom.
Thank you, Chair. Then, Chair, what we...
No. Someone, not us.
Okay. All right, please mute everyone else. Let's allow the CE to proceed. CE?
Thank you, Chair. We'll then just indicate that from our side, Chair, that through the provincial head of water and sanitation, Dr. Ntiri, we are actually proposing that probably we then need to do a joint technical assessment between all spheres of government just to assess and check. And I think the presentation from Human Settlements also touched on that, where we'll just make sure to see what are the issues that will then need to be required and what will then be the intervention from all role players to ensure that the area is actually able to attend to the challenges that they are actually faced with. And then those are the four issues that we thought that we would then raise. Just to indicate again, Chair, that the direct connection to the bulk pipelines, from our side, it is not safe, but also it is not a lawful long-term solution. We need to find a way. I know that the community would have a proposal to say, but the line is already passing through our informal settlement. Is there a possibility that we can tap in? We are indicating that normally that is not encouraged precisely because of the safety issues, but also because of the design requirements that will then be required in order for you to offtake. You would understand that the plea of the community is around the informal, the community standpipes. And as I indicated, those lines are quite big, about one meter in diameter. Some of them are 1.2, and they're highly pressurized. So any connection to that particular line, if it is not done through the proper engineering standard, might create fatalities, Chairperson. So we are not recommending that solution, but we are proposing a different solution, and we'll then talk to it as we present going forward. Thank you, Chair. If I can then request that we go to the next slide. As I indicated, Chair, I think the portfolio committee of both water and sanitation understand our role in terms of how are we established. I'm not going to actually delve much on that, just to indicate that we have a primary activity, which is a section 29 according to the Water Services Act, where I indicated already that our responsibility is the provision of the bulk potable water to our clients. In the main is the municipality, followed by the mines or any private sector, as well as the agricultural sector, Chair. And then Matjhabeng then will then be responsible in this case to then deal with the reticulation. And that's where our intervention will then come in to check how we then assist Matjhabeng from a reticulation point of view to ensure that they are able to then supply the water to the communities that are actually affected with no water supply at this point in time. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. As we indicated once again, Chair, our abstraction point from a water services point of view, we abstract and we treat the water, we convey it all the way to Matjhabeng from the Vaal River system, both from the Virginia side as well as from the Bulkfontein side, which is close to Porterville. As I indicated, the assessment that we've done already is that there needs to be a serious design if we were to look at that option of taking water directly from the pipeline, which is actually not encouraged, as I indicated, for design purposes, and hydraulic assessment has already been done, and also from a safety point of view, Chair. So from our side, we are then saying that we need to ensure that and I'm happy that from the presentation of Human Settlement provincially, that there are plans already that are put in place to ensure that there's a funding and the development of the internal recirculation within the area, so that we are then able to provide water to those areas. And also to say, in the meantime, while the planning processes are still taking place, we then ought to provide interim supply. At this point in time, it is done through two options. The first option is around water tankering, as well as through the application of the connection of the standpipes. As we indicated that the application, I think Matjhabeng has already indicated that they've sent an application for a bulk connection. We are assessing it, and once it meets all the requirements from our side, we will then do that approval of that bulk connection. If not, we'll then propose a different solution in order for us to be able to address the challenges that side. Next slide. From the next slide, as I indicated, Chair, there's 3 pipelines that are running through that. I think we can then pass this slide. We've already indicated that 3 pipelines that are going through that particular area. What we just wanted to sensitize the community as well as the petitioners themselves is around the issue of the public risk that is associated with the tampering of that line. One of the biggest problems that we might face with, and in particular the municipality, would be if there's a sudden release of that water through the way they were doing it before. And we want to appreciate your intervention, Chairperson, in trying to explain to the community that it is not the correct way of actually tampering with the chambers in order for them to get the water. But we understand that sometimes that the desperate measures, the desperate times, they call for desperate measures, Chair. We are also indicating that any pipeline failure that might happen, they might be very catastrophic, because those pipes are quite pressurized and they are quite big. The other bigger problem that we have, because we have also seen over the period of time that the community was actually using those chambers as part of the washing their clothes as well. And obviously there are chemicals that they are putting in. And remember, this water is actually going through the strategic reservoirs before it's actually disseminated to Matjhabeng. So anything that might happen in terms of putting unnecessary or unwanted chemicals or substances in that water might contaminate the entire water that goes to Matjhabeng, and it might also create serious problems. Some of the issues might relate to issues of cholera, they might relate to issues of ill health. So we are actually not encouraging that particular activity to happen going forward, Chair. The other implication that it has from a risk point of view is that there might be a loss of supply and as well as the pressure from the communities of Kutlwanong and Odendaelsrus, precisely because of the tampering in relation to that to those pipelines. And also it will obviously have serious damage to our critical infrastructure, as we know that we are in a process of reconditioning and refurbishing all the infrastructure of Matjhabeng, so that it can then be in the correct standard. So any tampering that might happen to that particular pipes will actually create a serious infrastructure challenges for us going forward, Chair. Can we go to the next one? Chair, here what we are just saying is that in the absence of the formal services, obviously we then need to look at what are the other options that can then be looked at, so that from a safety point of view, we are able to ensure that the communities are actually able to get the water. So we are saying that from a services point of view, that any connection to that pipeline, obviously we don't agree to it, and we are saying that we then need to come up with a better solution to assist. If our chambers are damaged or interfered with, we know that it's because the residents are actually forcing the water to come out of those chambers in order for them to be able to use the water for human consumption, but also to deal with the issues of hygiene purposes. So we are saying that if we are breaking this cycle, it's actually causing a serious supply point from our side, and we know that enforcement alone will not be able to assist this problem. So we need to come up with some proactive measures in order for us to implement, without limiting the residents, their constitutional right to access to water. And those proactive measures that we are coming up with is the issue of maybe let's look at the installation through Matjhabeng of additional standpipes, as well as the continuing with the tankering of the water. If you can go to the next one. We are indicating and recommending, Chair, from our side, we recommend to the Portfolio Committee to actually consider the option of, through the Department of facilitating a coordinated intervention of all the spheres of government. And I think this is exactly what you are doing, Chairperson, currently. Our proposal is that while the department is actually formalizing some of these stands in situ and looking at what Ntateli was also talking about, the flatline issues, our proposal is that as they relocate them and put them according to the correct spaces, that we protect the servitude of our lines for 2 reasons, Chairperson. The first reason is for the safety issues, but also in order for us to have access when there's maintenance that requires to be done in those services. As things stand now, the current settlement is such that they've actually encroached on our servitude, and it is actually posing a serious danger going forward. So we are proposing when those formalizations are happening in the K10 area, we then take into consideration those particular servitude that we have, both from electricity point of view, but also from the water point of view, Chair. Next slide. From our side, Chair, these are the measures that we are putting in place. Obviously, as we indicated, the first one is the joint technical and safety assessment that will be through ourselves, Matjhabeng, the Department of Human Settlement, as well as our Department from Water and Sanitation through the provincial head, to confirm and also to ensure that there's a protection of our servitude. We then need to do an immediate interim assessment for the safe water, as I indicated, through either water tanks, standpipes, and any other controlled arrangement located outside the pipeline servitude pending the permanent solution. Obviously, we know that this type of an exercise would require some funding. And therefore, we are pleased to hear that already from the provincial department point of view, there is some funding that has been allocated, and there are some relocations as well as the settlements that are actually happening. We are also from our side saying that we need to ensure that there's enhanced chamber protection and risk awareness, which will be implemented without limiting the residents their constitutional access to water. And then we are saying that any permanent bulk connection must be formally applied to by the municipality to Val Central, subject to obviously looking at the engineering as well as the hydraulic and water quality measures, as well as our statutory requirements, so that any connection that is done from a bulk point of view, it is done correctly, and it is also metered in order for the municipality then to be able to take full account of that particular water that will then be supplied to those areas. Next one. Chair, our commitment, we are committing that we will support the municipality as well as the department through the bulk system information. We will also undertake the technical assessment from a bulk point of view. We will also evaluate the safe authorized bulk supply option with the municipality. What we cannot do from our side is to substitute our responsibility, Chair. We are also still pleading that the municipality must remain responsible for the plan as well as the funding of the internal reticulation, assisted by all spheres of government. They should also ensure that there's proper installation and operations of the household distribution network. The settlement planning must be formalized, as well as the relocation decisions must then be taken, taking into consideration that we are proposing that particular servitude must still be protected at all material times. The provision of water to the residents still remains the responsibility of the municipality. We will support them from our side from a bulk provisioning point of view, so that we ensure that there is no uninterrupted water supply to those particular areas, Chair. Next one. Chair, we just, as we indicated that again, just from a risk management point of view, as well as from the petitioners, that they should just understand the risks that are associated with the lines that we're actually supplying water to. We need to just to ensure that we formally record and recognize that there is an imminent public safety risk that is posed to these 3 pipelines adjacent to K10 informal settlements, precisely because if there is any tampering, it might cause fatalities. We also request a direct intervention from Matjhabeng, so that they can just make sure that there is some protection to our servitudes. We're also saying that we need to secure the interim water access for now through a controlled supply of water outside our servitude pending a permanent funding solution. I think this is probably our last slide. Yes, thank you very much, Chair. So in essence, this is our role and responsibility, but we are pleading and also ensuring that we will support and ensure that the municipality is actually able to resolve this particular challenge going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CE. Dr. Ntidi, our provincial head of DWS, and team, for that presentation. As I hand over to our national department to proceed, I'd like to say this. Acting MM, are you still in attendance? Are you still on the platform? MM Matjhabeng?
Honorable Chair, we're still here as a team. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, MM. MM, I'd like to say the following before I hand over to the National Department. You would have heard that I have engaged with the community so that the assets of our water entity, Val Central, are protected. And we're talking about that pipeline that the CE has spoken to, the chambers. That's a very critical part of our water infrastructure. As you yourself know, being the resident of Matjhabeng, the two huge reservoirs at Kopi Alien are fed from Balkfontein, and I think at some point that is redirected to Nala, to the Wesselsbron part now. Just from the point of view of the announcement that the president has made to ensure that South Africans have access to water, that does not go without responsibilities. And to this end, I am in agreement with the leadership of the community that your municipality has got to start having talks with them, even at this stage, with the interim arrangements that Val Central has kindly made available for them to access water, so that, you know, that water is safely reticulated, at the very least from the vantage point of communal taps at this stage. We do know that that is not the primary responsibility of the water board, but that is also one other issue that we need to appreciate and not be afraid of engaging with communities, which means therefore that the issue of the service level agreement, this is not a meeting of the portfolio committee on water and sanitation. But Matjhabeng, as we know, Val Central is just hanging by a thread because of the kindness on the part of the Mangaung Metro. What you owe Val Central is far too exorbitant, by far more than what any other collective of municipalities, be it in KwaZulu-Natal or be it in Gauteng, 3-4 municipalities, what you owe more than what all those municipalities owe the water board. So it is important that that SLA is in place so that we can then demonstrate to the communities that as Val Central treats water and supplies it to the municipality, you too have a responsibility to pay for water. And I think this is going to be one test case. And please take seriously, the community leadership is here, and I've impressed upon them to also assume that responsibility and not simply demand the supply of water. So that's why on your part, MM, and your political leadership, you must sign that SLA, because you can't just be saying, no, we will pay 30 million rand on an interim basis when you are supposed to pay between 68 and 70 million rand. And those that are not able to pay, we know National Treasury makes available funds for them to do so. This is not a meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, but I'm also a member of that committee. So as the National Water Action Plan says, the president, as per the president's call, we must protect our water boards. If we don't do that, we destroy the economy. I'll now hand over to our National Department on Human Settlements to present, to complement all other reports that have been made. Secretary, are we there?
Yes, Chairperson. Also note the DG for Department of Water and Sanitation is also in the platform.
Okay.
Maybe he would want to say something.
All right. Before that, DG, Water and Sanitation, thank you very much for your attendance. Before we hand over to the DG Human Settlements, would you like to talk to the issues that have been raised?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, colleagues from the Department of Human Settlements, nationally and provincially, and colleagues from the municipality. Chairperson, with your permission, I'd like to ask our regional head, Dr. Ntili, to just take us through 3 slides, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, DG. My apologies, I wasn't aware that there is a separate presentation from DWS apart from the one of the entity. Dr. Ndidi, please proceed. My apologies for that oversight.
No, good morning, Chair and DG and the committee. I think this is just to augment from what we have put together with Val Central, but this is emphasizing the responsibility of Matjhabeng as Water Service Authority, as we are aware that currently we do have the norms and standards which are really governing our services. If we can couple with them on our daily business, we will not be able to be having this type of petitions. Municipalities will have to take their responsibility and deal with that. And the minister managed to be able to sign this norms and standards even last year.
Dr. Ndidi, may I just
briefly
interrupt you? Please just show your face briefly, then you can switch off your video, as other people have already done. Thank you.
You can see me now? Okay. Yes. What I was just emphasizing is that these norms and standards are really aligned with our Water Services Act. And they are the one that are really shaping and oiling how we have to conduct our business in terms of water and sanitation. And they're really squarely to the responsibility of Water Service Authority. Matjhabeng should be able to take note of this. If there is informal settlement, how should they be able to approach these particular matters? Interim water supply services is very important that these things are really happening in our country, but they need to be able to put some toolkit on how to deal with that. Now, the norms and standards are very straightforward. A Water Service Authority must take reasonable measures to provide interim water supply services in an informal settlement. And what is really of importance again, upon realizing a new informal settlement, Water Service Authority must provide interim water supply services within 90 days of becoming aware thereof. Water Service Authority is responsible for the capital, operations maintenance, and refurbishment actions and costs pertaining to interim water services. Where an informal settlement is formalized, Water Service Authority must ensure access to basic water services. Maybe we can get another slide. A minimum standard of interim water services must consist of the following: an access of delivery point, which must be a communal standpipe within reasonable working distance of no more than 200 meters from the furthest household. A minimum quantity of drinking water, 6 kiloliters per household per month, at a minimum flow rate of not less than 1 liter per minute, within effectiveness such that water is made available for at least 358 days per year, not interpreted for longer than 48 consecutive hours. Water provided which complies with the requirements of our SANS 241 in terms of water quality. All areas supplied with interim water supply services must have zonal meters and measured by the relevant water service institution. Whenever interim water supply services are provided through water tankers, it must not exceed 12 consecutive months, and water service authorities needs to keep accurate records as specified by regulation 4.3c. What I want just to mention, Chair, that during COVID, we managed to give and provide about 45 10,000 liters JoJo tanks from other informal settlement in Matjhabeng. I hope that others have been started to be formalized. Matjhabeng should be able to take an advantage of that on top of relocating other
JoJo tanks to these particular areas. We know that even during that time, we did allocate some of the tanks in K10. But what we really want to emphasize here, and what we have already proposed with Val Central, we want Matjhabeng to take lead in terms by law to be able to take responsibility, rather than to put Val Central into deep debt. Therefore, SLA, as they have promised me, even last, it's a couple of days that they have signed it, and the way they need to be able to look at these interim measures, we need to have a formalized agreement on this particular area, and municipality should take the responsibility rather than Val Central only and DWS, but we need to be able to emphasize that particular point. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mtidi, for that very brief but comprehensive presentation. And thanks to DG Sean Phillips once again. At this stage, before we allow our National Department of Human Settlements, may we ask Ndate Mofokeng, who is one of the petitioners, to kindly say something briefly, so that then we can allow the National Department to present. Ndate Mofokeng, are you on the floor? Are you on the platform? Ndate Mofokeng? Ndate Mofokeng, are you here?
Let me try and call him, Chairperson. I will come back to you. You can proceed in the meantime.
Okay, I wanted him to then present briefly, and then when the National Department presents, they can do so taking into account what he would have said. But this is a very important presentation by all accounts, because
Chair, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that we can hear you and see you. Thank you, Ndate Mofokeng. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And I also appreciate the opportunity that I'm given now to say a few words about our problem and the petition that I've been engaged in for the past 18 years. I had the presentation from the Human Settlement, and my engagement really today is to say I would like to thank the chair for having given me the opportunity to represent the community or the grievances of the community. I have submitted several memorandums and petitions to many departments, and I've knocked on all doors, the relevant doors, trying to get help for the 177 people that are now in the system of the Human Settlement Department. I had Mr. Leu, he quoted several private housing companies, and he also mentioned some people from Volstraat who claim to came from Volstraat. But I am always pursuing the owner of the Volstraat about these transfers and title deeds, but he always put the blame on the government to say the Human Settlement is not doing what they are supposed to do. And I can also say that for sure, I have been involved with SEFCON. There was no issue with SEFCON because SEFCON was liaising with the community and the community authorized delegates to do the work. I was also deployed to Botshabelo. There was a problem there. There was gridlock. I went there. It was immediately resolved. I was also in Bloemfontein through SEFCON head office in Johannesburg because they saw how I work. Because if you meet people, you explain your issue, then they will understand it. Even now, I hear there is a complaint by Mofokeng, but no one from the Human Settlement Department has ever sat down with me. Always, I also approached the MECs. Let me start with Mr. Dukwane, Mr. Mr. Dukwana, Mr. Makume, Mr. Mukwena, but up to now, all of my efforts are fruitless. I don't know what is the problem with this thing. The 177 people that I'm talking about are already taken in. They are in the system. Hlanu, I cannot talk about Hlanu because Hlanu is not part of the people that I submitted as a complaint. These people that I have submitted as a complaint are the people that are staying illegally in the already built houses that used to belong to the banks. The banks then sold them to the private housing companies. Now people are still there, staying there illegally. They are staying there, being threatened all the time. Even Volstrat is also doing the same thing. They send people there. I'm talking about elderly people that have all sorts of illnesses. When people are coming in with uninvited, they just knock there forcefully. They make people more sick. You have the high blood, you have sugars and all that. And I'm not talking about young people here. There were 177 are elderly, also it's not young people really that I'm talking about. These are ex-miners who spend their lives on the mines, and when the mines left, they were left with all these huge debts. But now, if I'm talking about 18 years during the time of the late Mr. Mafirika, during the time of Mr. Kutlwanong, when he was MEC for housing, you can see how far this thing comes. But no one from the Human Settlement Department, at least at a higher level, has tried to say, but why is this person always complaining? Can I listen to this man and hear what he has to say? No one. I cannot understand. Really.
Sorry to interrupt you. As you make your recommendations based on what the provincial department has already presented, yes, we've heard that background. Apologies, I thought I should just try and nudge you toward a recommendation from your end on behalf of yourself and the 176 other people as you get closer to that point. Thank you.
Okay. No, what I need now, there was after the agenda was, I think it was also supplied to the Human Settlement Department. I was called by a lady there, Sally Machela, who wanted to know what my problems are. I said, but you have all these petitions in the department. But now you are asking me what my problems are. You are being pushed by national department. I don't know whether the chair will know about that. But what I'm asking now is that all these people that I have sent, or the people that I have petitioned on behalf of, can they be assisted? Can I have a dedicated person that I can talk to, who will then be able to make a report to the HOD or whoever has got the authority to listen and take action on the complaint?
Thank you. Ntate Mofokeng, are you done?
I think I'm done, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Ntate Mofokeng. You and I have had engagements for quite a while now. I'm glad that it's come to this point, and thank you for your patience. It's not easy from the vantage point of oversight, certainly, because you depend on the agency of the executive arm as well. But we can see clearly that we have very professional bureaucrats, technocrats, public servants, and I have no doubt that we will get to that point where once and for all this matter is resolved. And thank you very much. You may switch off your video. We would like to then invite the national department, having heard the provincial department, having heard you, then to talk to your issue and other related issues of the residents. Thank you very much. DG and HS, Dr. Memi and team.
And thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to form part of this meeting. I wish to acknowledge the presence of the August members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, also to my colleague, Dr. Philip, for the DG of Water and Sanitation, and to the HOD in the province, Advocate Patro, as well as colleagues at the national level and province, as well as municipalities and the other entities. Chair, we come in really at the level of a broader of our mandate, that we are a human settlements department, and that we believe in the approach and philosophy of the totality of what it takes to have adequate human habitation. And to that extent, water becomes one of the key essential components in making that vision a reality. To that extent, some of our financial instruments also assist in driving the water agenda, if I can put it in that way. And myself and Dr. Phillips are engaging around issues pertaining to how we can streamline and complement our grants to ensure greater impact, and what should we do to earmark some of the resources to ensure that this becomes a reality and we're able to finance within the context of a broader changing agenda, including on the LPG and including on others of our grants in terms of the review of those grants. And within that broader context, our engagements are intended and are also ongoing to ensure that we achieve some form of a long-lasting agreement. Allow me, Chairperson, to indicate that we have noticed from the business plan of the province and their plans around responsiveness to this aspect, and you will also know that 2 of their grants are being syndicated to be able to respond to this part. First, the HSDG, the Human Settlements Development Grant, as well as the ISUPG, Integrated Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant. And I would, for this purpose, Chair, with your indulgence, allow our CFO to talk to you about the key tenets of that and how do we drive the responsiveness of provinces and metros towards achieving this objective around various other aspects, water being key, electricity, roads, and all others, but just for her to focus on the aspect of water as part of our provisioning in this regard. So, with your permission, Chair, I would like to hand over to Lucy Belle, the Chief Financial Officer of the National Department of Human Settlements.
Are you done, DG? We've lost that audio from the DG. Could the team in the DG's office kindly assist, or could he ask the DG to come back again? It doesn't look like he's done yet. He's still talking, but we can't hear.
Chair, sorry, I was done. I had asked that with your indulgence, you allow me to invite the CFO to talk a little bit on the provisioning of our grants towards the provision of water.
CFO, thank you very much. Thanks, DG. You may proceed and do that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, DGs, MMs from Matjhabeng Local Municipality colleagues, good morning. Chair, we did not come up with a separate presentation because we are working together with the province and the province is our implementing agent. Chair, firstly, let me highlight that during the visit, I was part of the delegation from the National Department that visited the Kutlwanong. So I am familiar with the situation there. I know the place and I know what is actually happening on the ground because I was part of the team that went there, Chairperson. And subsequent to that, we had a lot of discussions around that issue together with the province to find out how best can we assist the residents of the Kutlwanong Chair. And, you know, Chairperson, we have a grant that is called the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant. That is the grant, ideally, that we transfer to provinces and to metros. Unfortunately, Matjhabeng is not a metro, so the grant will go straight to the province. So, and I'm happy, Chair, that from the presentation from the municipality chair, the municipality did indicate that they are working together with the Provincial Department of Human Settlements because that's what is supposed to be, working together. And Chair, we have seen from the presentation of the municipality that they have already started with the markings, with the reblocking, because what we do, part of our responsibility, Chair, what we do on the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant is to make sure that we do the reblocking. We enumerate the people. We need to know how many people are in that particular informal settlement. Chair, one of the reasons that when we started with this grant that we spoke about was to make sure that we close off the area to avoid many people coming into that informal settlements, especially after we have formalized. But you can see that with Kutlwanong, it did not happen like that because there was one that was formalized and there was an extension thereof. So now, Chair, what we need to do, and is what the province together with the municipality have already started doing, is to do the enumeration of the people that are already residing there. The next step, and is what the province has spoken about, Chair, is to do the categorization. So when we left last year with the portfolio committee, we know that the province is working with the HDA when it comes to the upgrading of the informal settlements. And we had a lot of discussion, Chair, especially around The Department of Water and Sanitation, they spoke about the critical issue of the water and making sure that we supply the residents with clean water. And we had a lengthy discussion because one of the issues that was raised there was they get water once a week, if I'm not mistaken, and then they will stay there without water. And we did come up with an agreement that will make sure that they get water. The challenge, Chair, that we are sitting with is the allocation when it comes to the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant. When you look at this grant, it is really critical when it comes to the number of informal settlements that we are having across the country. And when you look at the informal settlements in the Free State province, they've got an allocation of 102 million to cover all the informal settlements within the Free State province. So when you look at the spending, we are already sitting at August, the beginning of August. But you can see that this grant that we are transferring to the province, it is constrained. The province have already approached the national department to indicate that financial pressures. So even if they want to assist all the communities in the informal settlements, they did indicate that they are having financial difficulties. But however, having said that, we know that it is our responsibility to make sure that we upgrade the informal settlements. Is the responsibility of the Human Settlements Chair, and to make sure that the people residing in informal settlements, they have got basic services, water, sanitation, and electricity. So that is our responsibility, Chairperson, that we need to do. And I don't want us to put the budget constraints to say that we cannot respond to the issues of the informal settlements due to the budget constraint, Chairperson. So it is really critical that we take responsibility as human settlements, that we prioritize. This is one thing that we've been talking about, that we've been in our meetings, that we need to start prioritizing the needy, the vulnerable groups in all these informal settlements. And Chair, we are aware that the past, we have suffered as human settlements a bigger budget cuts in the prior years. So when you look at the 112 million and what the province has already spent, the province for the entire remainder of the financial year, they are left with only 19 million. So if you can take the first quarter, they had already spent 85% of their entire annual allocation. So what does that mean? It means that if we need to assist as a national department, there is no additional funding, Chair. The only way of assisting the Free State province is two ways. DG has spoken about the Human Settlement Development Grant. So what the province has done, they approached us and requested to prioritize some of their projects of the informal settlements that they be covered from the HSDG. So they've requested that maybe they can move some projects that deals with the informal settlements so that they are covered within the Human Settlement Development Grant, as I said, because they are already running out of the funds when it comes to the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant. Chair, I'm going to move to the second one, which is the title deeds. Chairperson, last year, we started this process of working together. We had a lot of meetings with the province when it comes to the title deeds. I remember we had a meeting that we held in the Free State in Bloemfontein with the Hlanu group, trying to resolve the issues of the Hlanu, the issues of the title deeds. And Chair, it's safe to indicate that it's true that we have seen a movement. There is an improvement, Chairperson, when it comes to the title deeds. Indeed, the Deputy Minister of Human Settlements was in the Free State handing over the title deeds. This is a big milestone. And Chair, what Ntate Mofokeng has said, and I want to promise that we are going to sit down together with the province and see how best we can work around that matter. And you can see that it's really painful. This matter comes a long way. And from where the communities are sitting, it's like there is no will of assisting them. Chair, I want to put on record and say that we will look into that matter on how best to assist and how best to meet. You know, it is really critical, Chairperson, that we start meeting. One of the issues when we came up with the Informal Settlements Partnership Grant was the issue of community participation. And human settlements is about the community participation. We cannot sit in our offices and try to resolve the issues that are within the communities. We need to start going to those communities. So I assure that the Mofokeng that we will be going to these communities so that we can see together with the provincial departments, so that we can see and try to assist them, how best we can assist them. We will come up with the timelines on how soon we will meet with him. We will meet with the communities and come up with the timelines. Chair and members, I assure you that next year when we are summoned, we won't be talking about that the Mofokeng saying that he was not helped. He has been spoken to all the ministers and all the MECs and there is no help. We will try and chip in and try and assist. Chairperson, and one of the issues is the social facilitation. In our grant, Chair, we are also paying for the social facilitation. So we can get a social facilitator that will assist us as a bridging gap between the community and the provincial and the National Department of Human Settlements. So Chairperson, we will do that. And the last item, Chair, was the strategy, Chairperson. I think what we have been doing together with the provincial department is to come up with the strategy, and Undade Leo has already presented that this is what we'll be doing and the implementation framework. And Chair, we have worked jointly with the province, and Chair, the provincial department is our implementing agent. So we are working hand in hand with them, and we will ensure that all the issues that are raised here, they are attended to, Chairperson. Let me end at that. Let me thank the Honorable Chairperson and members for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CFO, DG, preceding your presentation and all of our other senior officials, our guests, the petitioners, Provincial Department, Matjhabeng. At this stage, I'd like to invite, Secretary just advised me there is no other outstanding presentation before I hand over to members to ask questions. Am I right?
Yes, Chair, you can hand over to members now, Chair. Thank you.
All right. You will assist me in recognizing hands of members. I will then at this stage invite members. Please, as far as possible, do not go on forever. Just ask maybe a minimum of 2-3 questions. And then if there's a need to follow up, then we will do that. That is now the honorable members. And then after which we will get our petitioners to say how they feel about this, given the commitment that's been made by the different spheres of government. And we'll also get the different delegations to say, when exactly is this specific issue going to be resolved? The CFO has already spoken to the issue of Ndate Mofokeng. And once again, let us thank you, Ndate Mofokeng, for your patience. I've always found you to be somebody imbued with a great sense of faith. And indeed, those that are exposed to these huge loads of faith on your part must not take it for granted. I certainly was inspired by your focus, more like a falcon on the goal at hand. And you have been able to bring it to this end. It's not the end, of course. It's only the beginning, because we must bring it to its logical conclusion. Honorable members, I therefore invite you. You may raise your hands. Secretary, please help me recognize those hands.
Hello, Chair. It's Mr. Poole, Me Makakula, and Me Abada. Thanks, Chair. And Honorable Kamede.
Okay, in that order, Honorable Poole, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Abada, and Honorable Kamede. In that order, you now know the sequence. Honorable Poole, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have problems with my video and I will keep it off. Chair, amongst the three presentations Chair, I had received, I feel the most significant engagement is actually presentation 2 from National Free State Department of Human Settlements. Why, Chair? Is because it combines three contentious and important issues. 1, the K10 petition. 2, the title deed crisis. And 3, the R293 housing stock. Chair, these are systemic issues affecting thousands of beneficiaries and speak here directly to the government delivery record. Your presentation shows that government has appointed more conveyances, set up working committees, and started different programs. But almost 3,000 people still don't have their title deeds. When can the committee expect to see real results instead of more plans and processes? The agenda says this briefing is also a follow-up on the committee's oversight recommendations. Can you tell us which recommendations have been implemented and what difference they have made for residents? And lastly, Chair, I don't know whether I missed it, but I believe the agenda of today was not adopted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Poole. Honorable Magagula, and you are quite right in your observation. We spent a bit of time trying to get the acting chair, and I think in the process we lost that important part. Perhaps we can then later on, or perhaps at this stage, by conduct, that we have agreed that by conduct we have adopted the agenda, but profuse apologies that bit ought to have been done. But the secretary herself had to then assist us in getting the acting chair, and we kept on having members declining until I took the chair. Profuse apologies to members. Honorable Magagula.
Thank you, Acting Chairperson. May I switch off my video due to a connectivity failures? Chairperson, thank you and good morning to you and the delegation from the Free State, the petitioners, our support staff present, the Human Settlement Department at National. Chair, my issue, I think, on the municipality, I think Matjhabeng, in Matjhabeng municipality, on the issue which they've raised, that they've done their verifications on the site, where this informal settlement are talking about is at, and they've discovered some some of the matters which I've recognized as a concern. On the ghost shacks which they've found, they're saying there are 80, and also there are non-South Africans, but we did not hear what the action have been done, especially on the non-South Africans. I think on the non-South Africans, we can't count them as the beneficiaries. And also in relocating some of the communities which are occupying the school sites, maybe we can utilize the empty stands which are gonna be, sorry, are gonna be empty when the non-South Africans and the ghost shacks which are present there, and allocate those who are qualifying in those sites. I think that is going to minimize relocation or movement of so many people. And lastly, Chair, I would also emphasize on the issue of improvement on the communication by the municipality with the communities, because with so many with this report which we are getting, that there's a progress, but the communities is not aware because there's no communication. So I'll emphasize that. Lastly, can the municipality make sure that they communicate thoroughly with the leadership of the communities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Abada, followed by Honorable Gamede.
Good morning or good day. I'm not sure if can everybody see me and am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please
Okay,
proceed.
thank you. Good day to everybody. Just give me a second. Apologies for that. My grandchildren are making a noise. Good day to everybody. Acting Chair, all my fellow colleagues, and all the entities and our support staff. Thank you to everybody for their presentations and to the petitioners. I'm just going to give a few comments and recommendations. You know, the people of KTN cannot drink mandates, legislation, assessments, or government explanations. When residents are forced to interfere with dangerous high-pressure pipelines simply to obtain water, this is not merely an infrastructure security problem. It is evidence of a serious and prolonged service delivery failure. Government cannot continue moving communities from one assessment exercise committee and implementation plan to another while people remain without dignity. And, you know, we come back to this, Acting Chair, is that, you know, as human settlements, and I said this on Wednesday as well, we are human settlements, which means we've got to bring back humanity and dignity to our people. KTN residents have waited long enough. They need water, sanitation, secure tenure, and housing, not another cycle of meetings, reports, and promises. A house without security of tenure is unfinished housing delivery. The failure to hand over 2,952 already registered title deeds is not a minor administrative problem. It denies thousands of families legal certainty and the opportunity to build intergenerational wealth. Human settlements must ultimately restore dignity and humanity to our people. And I just have 3 recommendations, Acting Chair. Immediate basic services to the local municipality supported by relevant departments and entities must urgently provide safe and reliable interim water, sanitation, and refuse removal services to KTN residents while the permanent solution is implemented. And, you know, it is just basic, you know, when we say just, it's basic necessities that all our people require. And I shudder to think how we would live without basic sanitation. You know, sometimes we have issues with our water and we're all literally going off our heads, or there's no electricity. These people are living without all of these basic services forever. One binding KTN implementation plan require the Matjhabeng, Alimval, Central Water, the Free State Department of Human Settlements, and the DWS to submit a joint funded and time-bound plan covering enumeration, infrastructure completion, formalization or relocation, secure tenure and permanent housing with budgets, named responsibility officials, milestones, and firm completion dates. And lastly, enforce parliamentary accountability, require monthly progress reports on K10, including a property-by-property recovery register for the 2,952 outstanding title deeds, and quarterly measurable reporting on the approximately 8,000 R293 properties where agreed deadlines are missed without legitimate justification. The committee must demand consequence management against the responsible officials. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abada. Those comments and recommendations have indeed been noted. I think all the different parties in this meeting, to the extent that those pertain to them, have indeed taken note of those, and also able Secretariat has done so, supported by their colleagues. Honorable Gamede, your turn.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to special greetings to our petitioners. Chairperson, before maybe I make my contributions related to the presentations done, can I first ask this question, this one, Chairperson, with good spirit? There's something that has been raised by Honorable Poole. It would be very much important that maybe after my presentation, Chairperson, with your guidance, if we can at least make sure that we go back to the agenda and adopt it, because you know that when the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee meeting adjourns without formally adopting the agenda, that planned meeting or that business lapses for that specific session. And it may require that we come back, all the items discussed and resolution taken in that particular meeting carry no formal committee status. And we might have to come back and reschedule for the very same things that have been discussed. I just wanted to have that request, Chairperson, before I start with my contribution to the meeting. Thanks once again, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Let me quickly go to
Honorable Gamede.
Yes,
May I
Chairperson.
interrupt you? So I thought you were saying that before you proceed, perhaps let's dispense with that bit. I had already indicated that by conduct we have adopted it, but just so that we satisfy everyone, could we then have you move ex post facto for the adoption of the agenda and have another member second it, so that we dispense with that bit and allow you to proceed then with your
Okay, I move for the adoption of the agenda, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. And who supports that?
I
Anyone?
second, Chair. I second, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That has now been administrative hurdle has now been taken out of the way. You may proceed, Honorable Gamede. Thank you, honorable members.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the progress on the petition, title deed delays, and also 239 housing, R293 housing stock. Let me quickly go to slide 5, Honorable Chairperson. The presentation reports that approximately 80 to 90% of the pipeline infrastructure for the Kutlwanong Extension 13 K10 water sewer project phase 1 is already in place without a contract completion date of 26 May 2027. Read alongside Central Water's own petition response, which confirms that housing hold at K10 currently have no lawful service point of supply. This creates an uncomfortable gap between reported physical progress point of supply. This creates an uncomfortable gap between the reported physical progress and the lived reality on the ground. A presentation that leads with an encouraging completion percentage without stating clearly what portion of that infrastructure is actually delivering water to a household tap, risk giving the committee an overly reassuring picture of where the project truly stands. My question, Chairperson, goes straight to slide 5, as I've mentioned above. If 80 to 90% of the pipeline infrastructure is already in place, what specifically is preventing that infrastructure from being commissioned to provide functional and safe household water in the interim? And can the municipality confirm whether the remaining completion timeline to 26 May 2027 is realistic given the incomplete project status noted on the same slide? Chairperson, let me quickly go to Matjhabeng Municipality on the Kutlwanong K10 Phase 2 and school site informal settlement. Chairperson, the municipality candidly acknowledges that the land management branch has insufficient personnel to simultaneously carry out verification, data capturing, community engagement, and quality assurance. This is a significant admission because the future plan set out on slide 13, formalization of K10 Phase 2, relocation of school sites dwellers, infrastructure installation, and funding applications, all rest on the credibility of the underlying remuneration data. A resourcing constraint of this nature is not a peripheral operational detail. It is a foundational risk to the accuracy of the beneficiary database that everything downstream depends on. Chairperson, the municipality states that an application has been submitted to Val Central Water for approval to provide temporary standpipes. Has the Val Central Water acknowledged and responded to approval to provide temporary standpipes? Has Val acknowledged that, has Val Central Water acknowledged or responded to this application? And does the proposed offtake satisfy technical design, hydraulic assessment, and joint design requirements that Val Central Water's own petition response sets out as preconditions for any connection to its bulk pipeline? And last one, Chairperson. There is a subtle but important tension between page 6. Page 6, I'm sorry for that one, Chairperson. Page 6, which frames residents' interference with pipeline chambers as the trigger for the safety risk, and page 7, whose own root cause sequence begins with no formal basic water service. Read together, the presentation itself establishes that the presence of service delivery is the originating cause, and the residents' interference with the chambers is a downstream symptom of that absence. A more reflective framing will lead consistently with the service gap as the root issue, rather than risk emphasis falling first on community conduct. My last question, Chairperson. Val Central Water identifies relocation from the pipeline servitude as its preferred long-term intervention. What consultation or needs assessment has been undertaken with K10 residents to test whether relocation is feasible and acceptable option for them, particularly given that Matjhabeng local municipality's own presentation treats the categorization of nearby structures inside to upgrading versus relocation as a decision still pending. Chairperson, on this one, let me just stop there. I'll send the secretary my recommendations so that maybe they can reply to us in writing. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gamede. Let me then just add my own questions. And I'm doing that obviously from the chair, but so that we don't have another round of questions. just on the issue of the so-called school site section of the informal settlement, 232, and the numbers have been provided as to how many are so-called ghost and how many are legit, etc. And those that could not be verified because homes were locked, etc. Now, I heard the municipality, and I'd like them to correct me if I'm wrong, say that they intend to relocate the so-called school site component or section of the informal settlement to where phase 2 is at the moment. If I understand that correctly, it either means that they will add to the current occupation by phase 2, even before the geotechnical study is completed, which will then determine whether the upgrade of the informal settlement is in situ, in other words, on existing land, or on an alternative piece of land. That's the first one. Secondly, as you go west out of Kutlwanong, your K10 phase 2 informal settlement is on your left, and there is another piece of land on the right, more to the north. And is that the 285 Leobosch Avenue that they are talking about for purposes of either relocating wholly the current residents of K10 phase 2 or as part of the overflow? As part of the overflow, if we assume that where they are currently settled, that will form part of the in situ. And the provincial Department of Human Settlement said, even though the residents do not cite the officials of HDA, HDA is strategically part of the partnership. That got me worried because my understanding was that the HDA would be part of the enumeration process because it's the government consultancy or premier consultancy or consultancy as a company or developer. So I'd like to know what exactly does that mean to the provincial department. The residents have made a request for the HIPPO water rollers or HIPPO water drums. And this is in line with what the president said, whether it's boreholes or any other way in which the strain or the burden of residents can be eased as part of that call for the universal access to water. They've also asked that the contractor who was terminated some months or years ago, left trenches there. Will the municipality, this one is to the Matjhabeng now, will the municipality working with the provincial department ensure that those trenches are closed so that the children and the residents themselves are not in danger? Lastly, to the national department, when will this social facilitation that the CFO spoke of, when will it kick in? And when the residents go back, the committee of the residents go back and report to the community, when can they say exactly, and I'm talking to Matjhabeng now and also the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, when will all of this, in the aftermath of the enumeration, when will everything start kicking in? Because so far people have been told of geotech studies, this, that, and the other, just so that we end the risk or mitigate the risk of misinformation and disinformation. Can we have a very clear outline as to what will be done, when, etc., by whom, and what are the implications? Lastly, to our National Department of Human Settlements, can we, with absolute certainty and clarity, say what portion of the HSDG will be ceded to the province so that it can then take care of this particular issue of K10 Phase 2. Yes, we are aware that there are quite a number of informal settlements, but we are also happy that there are about 10 that you've already identified, that is the province, working with national, to ensure that those, and most of those are at about Phase 3. But these ones are asking that theirs be at Phase 1, and when exactly this year will they be at Phase 1? Just apart from the enumeration issue. The enumeration issue, as a matter of fact, the committee itself of the residents went out and did all of that. And I can assure you, as I conclude, that here, honorable members, all of our senior officials, DG, and everybody else, we have a very, very disciplined community. Indeed, that one of water is a physiological need, but one has actually been engaging with them, and that is why something orderly is emanating from that, at least in the interim, to have water from the pipeline on an interim basis provided. But they have not occupied the other portion of land which is on the other side of the road, because they are organized. And I think in the spirit of participatory governance, democracy, we've got to commend them for that and work more closely with them. And I'm happy with the spirit here. But Matjhabeng, there is a trust deficit. I have to be quite frank with you. There is a trust deficit. If you talk to the community and their leadership, they tend to trust national entities more than they do their own municipalities. And there's a reason for that. And we need to take care of that, so those are my questions. And then perhaps if we could invite the different parties to respond to this. But to also, before I step off that one, CE, Val Central, yes, yes, and yes. The protection of the servitude in the affected areas. We've also held meetings with the community where, people that are grazing their herds, etc., animals illegally anywhere and everywhere. And that is a bylaw issue, by the way, Matjhabeng, which is not peculiar to this area, but we see it everywhere. We've got to really help our own entities, because I had to intervene at some point where some of these people tampered with the chambers just to graze their animals. And the community has been stepping off that whole practice of accessing water there. And the interim measures that have been put in place now will inspire or instill responsibility on the part of the community. And I'd like us to take this forward, including, by the way, as I said, asking communities to pay, even if it's a flat rate. You can work on that, Matjhabeng. We cannot afford the issue, the creeping non-revenue water, because that's also part of what we need to do to contain as part of the National Water Action Plan. Thank you very much. Who is first to respond to the questions? Secretary, you may indicate who is first going to respond to the questions. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, we can start with Matjhabeng.
Okay, Adonis, Dr. Adonis. Dr. Adonis, are you there? Please proceed. We can see you.
Oh, okay. Now, thank you. We've had the question. And I'll also give.
We are struggling to hear you, though.
There's
can you
also
get back to the device?
concern.
Okay. Can you start from the beginning? We heard only bits of what you were saying. Please start from the beginning, Dr. Adonis.
Okay. Now, Chair, I was saying we welcome the genuine
I don't know if
concerns raised by the community as a matter of
Dr. Adonis, so just hold on, please. Am I the only one who's experiencing unstable network, and then can other people hear him?
No.
No, I think he can switch off the video and then to save.
All right, switch off the video, Dr. Adonis. Thank you. You may switch off the video and talk. Maybe that's interfering with the audio.
Check.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes,
Chair,
please proceed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Chair, as I was saying, we welcome the concerns raised, genuine concerns raised by the community and questions also from honorable members. As a municipality, we are committed in resolving the issues raised in particular issues relating to the basic services. But before I give over to members here or my team, let me quickly respond to the issues raised by one honorable member about communication, that whatever any progress is there, but every time, especially with this process, our ward and ward committee members as part and parcel of we put them in the loop about the whole process. We don't do it alone. We take it that our ward councils would also communicate feedback on whatever is done in their. We realize that our engagement with the honorable members that is not happening. We are definitely going to improve to deal with this matter as a matter of communicating to communities about any progress made so far as resolving this matter. Also, an issue raised about by service providers in the area. There was a company listening the concerns which I said before their journey. Will definitely, as a matter of agency chair, holes that have which are dangerous to communities there. I've just instructed the director infrastructure to attend to the matter as a matter of agency department. Chair, you will recall that the financial recovery plan, the financial
Dr. Adonis,
recovery plan it's a court audit.
Dr. Adonis, you
Hear
are.
me?
Yeah, we are really struggling. I don't know it's only on my end, but you are talking about an important point, 1395 A and C, which I suspect will also address Section 6.3 of the Water Services Act, the intervention there, but maybe not in this context. But we are struggling to hear you because we know that as per the instruction of the court, you are under 139. Can you just start from the beginning on that, FRP?
Honorable Chair.
Yes, proceed, Dr. Adonis.
He's struggling, Chair.
Yes, I was saying department.
I also can't hear him, Chair.
We would like to record what you are saying, Dr. Adonis. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear.
Yeah, but apart from you, Dr. Adonis, when I speak, can everybody in the meeting hear me when I speak?
Yes, Chair, we can hear you.
Yes.
All right. So, Dr. Adonis, I'm at home using my home internet. You are an institution. You are struggling, really. I don't know. I don't know, it's a liquidity ratio issue or what. But
Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you, sir.
Chairperson, if I may.
Yes, didn't I do?
The speaker needs to get closer to the mic because I'm picking up only one bar of his signal coming through to Parliament as well.
Dr. Adonis, can you get your ICT people to assist you? The
Yes,
signal is very weak.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, proceed.
That is much better. That is much better.
Can you hear us, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you now. Proceed.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience.
Proceed. We can't hear you now. I think, Chair, you can give the province to respond in the meantime.
The province, followed by Val Central and DWS, and then we'll come to national. While Dr. Adonis tries to sort out his signal, I understand they are holding an economic symposium, they call it. Maybe it's taken up all the bandwidth. Can we have the province proceed? Respond then to the questions raised. While Dr. Adonis and team are sorting themselves out.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have noted seriously all the inputs and the questions of honorable members. We align ourselves as the province, the Department of Human Settlement, with the inputs of the Director General, Dr. Muemi, and also the inputs of the CFO, Mayor Lucy Mbele. The issues that they've highlighted strongly also show the constraints that the province is encountering with regard to the thinly spread ISUPG as compared to the vast responsibilities and constitutional mandate that the province has to execute. But having said that, we equally note what the CFO has said with regard to the interventions proposed. Further, with the guidance that has also been given with how the issue of Ntate Mofokeng and others or similar cases should be addressed. Just for the record, I must state that the department did receive the list of houses from Ntate Mofokeng this past Wednesday. We're going to take that list, juxtapose it with all the information which is at the disposal of the department and many other lists that we have with regard to similar cases that we will do, and we will definitely be reporting back as we engage and going forward. My colleagues are going to respond pertinently to the issues raised. We'll start with Ntate Ben Liu, and we'll come to Mayor Matjhabeng, then we'll come to Ntate Lewan. Ntate Liu.
No, thanks, HOD, and thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll take this one of Honorable Gamede. The question states or reads as follows: what portion of the infrastructure will deliver water to each household? At the moment, with the current status of the project, wherein we are reporting between 80 to 90%, it's not viable, Honorable Member, for simple reasons, because the system as it is not functional. And like I indicated during my presentation, this is one of your typical incomplete projects. So what the contractor is currently doing, they are testing the lines to check, for an example, any leakages that might, be on the pipes or any gaps of some sort. And if any have been identified or will be identified, they will then fix the lines and complete that, and then the remaining 10 and 20% will therefore be finalized. It's only upon that time when the system is 100% functional that all these households affected, the 2009 plus, will be connected to the main line. The second question reads: how realistic are the timelines to complete the project 26 May 2027? We would have done our due diligence and tested the remaining scope versus material conditions on the ground. So that process was done in consultation with the contractor, and then we came to a conclusion in terms of the contractual obligations given to the contractor, and then he therefore agreed to the what is called the instruction to perform, which has specific timelines to say at a certain point he needs to give us a complete or completed project at 100%. Yes, indeed, Honorable Gamede, it is viable and feasible to be able to do that during that period. Maybe lastly from my side, yes, the primary objective, Honorable Member, is to provide water and sewer to each household at the end of this project. So I think that's the end of my response. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. HOD, who's responding next?
Mayor Matjhabeng.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to honorable members, DG, HODs, MMs, and colleagues. I would like to first address Ntate Mofokeng. Yes, indeed, I spoke to him on Tuesday, and he forwarded the information to me on Monday. He made it clear what he wants from the department. He mentioned the fact that there are properties, bonded properties, which the department has since paid for, but to date they have not received the title deeds relating to those properties as beneficiaries of those properties. The list that he sent, we have received, and we have forwarded it to the information management to verify the correctness of the information relating to the payments that are said to have been made. I wish to inform honorable members that this process is being dealt with through the credit-linked individual subsidy. And the title deeds that we are talking here, unfortunately, are not the ones that are directly registered by the departments. They are registered by the conveyancers appointed by the developers or individuals. Therefore, we, much as we are managing the process, we cannot, at this point in time, indicate exactly when will this be achieved. We have, however, established that the officials are working with the lifts. There are a series of challenges that they have identified with regards to other beneficiaries. I think it's evident from the presentation done by Ntateliu that it has been mentioned that some of the title deeds were received and handed over to the municipality. I think what we still need to find out to do as a department is to establish exactly whose title deeds were handed over to the beneficiaries so that we are able to establish amongst the list that Ntate Mofokeng has given to us, which beneficiaries still needs to receive their title deeds through the processes that have been established by as determined by the program itself. Going to the issue of Honorable Poole, you're talking about the efforts that we are making as government, and that be that as it may, you're saying that more than 3,000 people still don't have their title deeds. I would assume that you're relating to the erroneous title deeds that we've reported in our report. It should be noted that these title deeds were registered, but unfortunately they've got problems or they've got challenges, they've got errors, and as a result they cannot be issued out to the beneficiaries. The department has been on the process of rectifying these challenges as identified. To that effect, there was money that was transferred to the municipality. I think it was around 2020, 2021, somewhere there, I can't be so sure, but that money was intended for the municipality to procure services of the conveyancers who will then deal with the rectification of these properties. Unfortunately, that process has not commenced. So what has happened is, because we understand the challenges that the beneficiaries are sitting with, we ask the municipalities to submit the list so that we can reallocate those lists to the conveyancers and do the rectification while we're still dealing with the issue of the monies that was transferred to the municipality in that regard. I can confirm that during the past 2 weeks, we received the lists. What we are trying to do right now is to link each individual to the project so that when we allocate to the conveyancers, they are dealing with specific projects and it will not create challenges ultimately when we need to pay the conveyancers. But also maybe to mention that, yes, what we have discovered as a province is that the challenge of, or the backlog, title deeds backlog in the province has been compounded in the sense that the numbers that are cited to be the case may not necessarily be the case due to the fact that our system has not been updated. We have experienced that there are quite a number of title deeds that have been registered, but some of them are still with the conveyancers, which we are we're trying to locate, and to that effect, we've written to the Law Society to communicate within their members to say if they still have the title deeds that are with them that they have not been issued back to the department, they should bring them forth. That exercise, I must confirm, has not yielded much result. I think the next step will then to go over to the media. Perhaps if you go through the media, the response will be different. But we thought that would be the most direct approach that the department would take to try and reach out to the conveyancers who still have the title deeds with them. Yes, I think we also indicated that we have 4 conveyancers that we have added to our database, adding the number to 5. And with these conveyancers, we will try and push the registration, the outstanding registrations that we still have as a department. But we realize that the number is still not sufficient given the fact that the province is wide. And as a result, we are already in the process of extending the database again. I think we'll be going out on advert very soon. And I think that takes care of the title deeds process. Then I'll move on to Honorable Ditebe. Honorable Ditebe talks about the HDA's involvement in the enumeration process. I wish to indicate that, as Ndate Leo has mentioned, the process is not designed such that it should be done by the HDA. What happens is at the beginning of the what you call the informal settlement program, I think when they tried to accelerate the upgrading of informal settlements, they established NASP, and NASP designed a criteria which can be used by anybody who would be doing enumeration to follow. So in the province back then, the HDA assisted by doing the enumeration of all the settlements that were back then, but it does not necessarily mean that going forward they'll be doing the enumeration. What the intention was that they should impart knowledge and skill to both municipal officials and provincial officials. And that is exactly what has been done, such that now we're seeing the municipality doing enumeration process by themselves. Ideally, we would have loved to assist them, but as Memase has indicated, we are constrained by the capacity, but also given the number of activities that we are involved with currently as a province and also as the HDA. Yes. I think what I also want to indicate is that the settlement, the phase 2, Kutlwanong phase 2, is currently under phase 1. The fact that the municipality is doing the enumeration, the next phase, I think, will be doing the desktop studies, the pre-feasibility studies, and which will result into categorization of whether the settlement is upgraded in situ or it needs to be relocated. And I'm glad that there's already an identified land by the municipality that should be utilized should the preliminary studies indicate that the settlements needs to be relocated. And I must also report that we've already instructed the HDA to assist us with the upgrading plans of several informal settlements that still do not have the upgrading plans, and phase 2 of Kutlwanong is one such settlement where the HDA will be doing the upgrading plans in the current financial year. With regards to funding, to be specific as to when we'll be able to assist, the municipality, as they've indicated in their presentation, that they've submitted requests for assistance from us. I wish to point out or indicate to the honorable members that as mentioned by the CFO and HOD, that we are currently financially strapped, especially with regards to the ISUPG. The province is currently sitting with 171 informal settlements. We've got informal settlements register, which is live. What we mean by saying it's live, it means that we update the register periodically, such that we are able to update it with new settlements that we experience. And this would be the settlements that we would basically be in phase one, because nothing would have been done on them. I think the big question comes to the provision of interim services, which also forms part of phase one, which I think the municipality tried to respond to. The next phase will be phase two, where we'll be formalizing the settlements through the establishment of a township. That process, given the current constraints that we have, I really want to be honest to say that I don't see that happening in the current, in fact, in the next financial year, because what we are dealing with now are the projects that are already in the pipeline that we are already implementing, where we already have appointed service providers working on them. And unfortunately, we are not at the point where we will be adding any new projects, because if you do that, we'll be doing it at the risk of not completing the ones that are already running. Therefore, Honorable Dithebe, I do not want, and members of the parliament, I don't want us to leave this meeting with hope that because the municipality has submitted the request to the municipality, we will be doing that in the next financial year. Should it happen that we are relieved or we complete the projects that we are busy with, to the realistic timelines that we are looking into will be 2028, 2029 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to honorable members. I will add to what Ntate Benleu has already responded to, maybe just to support what he just said. I will start with the issue or the question coming from the honorable member Kamete in relation to completing the project. I must indicate that there are contractors on site as we speak, and in an attempt to complete this project promptly, the department has adopted a strategy where 2 contractors were appointed. And the appointment of these 2 contractors. The owner of vehicle.
You are just interrupted by the intercom. Just a second.
Is it an evacuation order?
The house is on the fire. It might come as a welcome relief.
Okay, proceed, Ntate Malebana, HOD. He may proceed. Let's see if we can beat the intercom.
Yeah, as I was saying, that the appointment of these 2 contractors is a demonstration by the department in showing commitment to providing this essential services to the community in the shortest possible time. And on the issue of the open trenches, I did exchange some message with a representative from the municipality, Mema Semoletsane, in an attempt to establish who's actually responsible for these open trenches. and it was confirmed by the municipality that these are the trenches that were left by the contractors working for the department. And I will immediately after this just get in touch with the municipality so that they can show where these open trenches are. But the department is committing to attend to these open trenches as a matter of agency. This is what I can contribute for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those are our responses. Much appreciated.
Thank you, HOD. Our DWS, Val Central, and then our National Department of Human Settlements. Anything to say, DWS?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I should start and then the department will then come after. Thanks, Chair.
Proceed.
Chair, maybe just to respond on two questions that were raised. One was whether the application for the connection has been submitted by Matjhabeng to Val Central. I must indicate, Chair, that the application was sent to us last night. The team is already assessing the application. But to also give a proviso to the committee that the provision of the interim rudimentary services is the responsibility of the municipality. So to our end, Chair, it will be very difficult in order for us to first provide a permanent bulk a connection if the area itself is not yet finalized. As you would understand that we can only provide a bulk meter connection only if the area has been formalized, and we know for a fact that that settlement is not going to change. And this is based on two accounts. The first account is on the engineering design philosophy that is required to do the connection, but also the procurement of the same bulk meters that needs to be installed, and obviously the deposit that the municipality must then pay to Val Central in order for us to be able to continue with that process. So, but what we are going to do, we will then assess the application as I indicated earlier. We will then engage the relevant stakeholders, which in this case would be the municipality itself, so that we then understand in terms of the connections that they require, what are the other alternative measures that we can put in place in order for us to ensure that at least there is some rudimentary services that are provided in the area. While I'm still there, Chair, I think the other point that you've raised, which I think it's worth mentioning in this meeting, although we're going to respond formally to Matjhabeng on, is the issue of the SLA. I must also indicate, Chair, that the SLA has been submitted to us last night by Matjhabeng. The team has already gone through the SLA, our legal team, and I must indicate that that SLA that has been sent, it is not the SLA that has been agreed upon in when we had an IGR meeting, which was chaired by the Free State HOD for Cocta, supported by our provincial head of Water and Sanitation, Dr. Ntiri. It's still the same old submission that we had already indicated that it is not in line with the agreement that has been reached in that particular IGR meeting. We are going to respond formally, Chair, to Matjhabeng today still to indicate that that's not the correct SLA that they've submitted to us, and urge them to then provide a revised submission as per the agreement that has been agreed upon by all parties in that particular meeting, Matjhabeng included. Chair, in relation to the consultation that we have done with regards to the relocation of the communities that are settling around the servitude or near to our pipeline, we are continuously doing that. We have engaged Matjhabeng extensively on that matter to precisely give them that particular question in relation to the issue of the safety that is around there, but also the infringement that we are also faced with in terms of when we have to do our regular maintenance on those lines, and if we were to have any infrastructure failure, you would note, Chair, that because of the magnitude and the size of those pipes, we require quite a big yellow fleet like your excavators to be able to go in there. So we require that access in order for us to be able to make sure that those repairs are done expeditiously. Chair, I think those are the two questions that were eminent from our side that I needed to respond on, and also just to indicate the status of the SLA for the Chair. I know that the Chair serves on both the committees of Human Settlements as well as DWS, just for the water and sanitation, so that the chair can just have sight and understanding of the status in relation to that particular matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CE, Dr. Ndidi. Or DG, DWS.
Dr. Ntili will come in, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chair and the DG and members of the Portfolio Committee. I think what we need to do now, we need to still go back again to work with the Water Service Authority and to make sure that what was started in terms of institutional arrangement, it needs to be finalized. I know that yesterday evening I had to work very hard to be also to bring in these particular points which needs to be submitted to Val Central. Immediately, we're going to fast track the issue of institutional arrangement meeting. And the second point, which is very important from us also, it is the support that we always do to Matjhabeng. As I've also said that we have provided almost about 10,000 liters of Jojo tanks for the special arrangement of the informal settlement in the past, and other areas have been formalized. We need to do that particular quick accounting and just to reconcile and see how much Matjhabeng can take an opportunity of this identified area in question to be able to support on those issues, looking at their assets register. And the last point is we need also to agree that we will really work with municipality to be able to make sure that they really adhere to compliance, and they need to be able to follow what we need to deal with in terms of water and sanitation business in order for this particular issue of petition to be implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ndidi. Before I hand over to our National Department of Human Settlements, Acting MM Adonis, are you in the meeting?
Honorable Chair, I am in the meeting.
Okay. Now, while we are not dealing specifically with the issue of the SLA insofar as it pertains to the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, it is quite obvious that the liquidity position of the entity called Val Central Water, is very material to anything and everything that it can possibly do within the remit of the law and the Constitution, which therefore means that what has been agreed upon through IGR processes, do your bit, and let's not have this situation where you are ducking and diving as a municipality. It's very embarrassing, Acting MM, that a municipality such as Matjhabeng, which potentially can contribute very aggressively to the economy of the region, pretends to not understand the law. If you don't, and I'm talking not about you as a person, but as a municipality, you can lean on other IGR processes and have that draft done for you, have people that you have assigned to look at it. Because it is very important, Dr. Adonis, in every meeting of the Portfolio Committee, members of Parliament that serve in that committee will tell you, Matjhabeng features very prominently in a very negative way. Can we, for once, have that SLA drafted correctly and signed? Because you can see that even what Val Central has done by providing those few communal taps legally is not within the remit of Val Central. You're supposed to be doing that. But if you are continuing along this path, not doing what you're supposed to do. It really is not a good thing at all. So we would like to urge you to do that. But Dr. Ntidi, while we are at that, in this particular community, the situation is slightly different, of course, in a temporary manner. Those taps, communal taps, are being rolled out. We know it's not a permanent situation, and we agree with the CE that we've got to see to it that everything is in place. Now, what we need to do, the community has asked, in this instance, DG, for example, they have made a request to, we hope that email has gone through, to the Water Research Commission from the CSI vantage point to provide them with the HIPPO water rollers, because this was exactly their understanding, that the communal taps will not be enough from the point of view of the policy of the round trip of 200 meters to fetch water. If we can explore that, because the call by the president encompasses anything and everything, including what entities, notably your Val Central, etc., can do to alleviate the situation. So please, let's also deal with that and not just look at the Jojo tanks. Dr. Ntidi, water tankering, we must do away with that. We must do away with that at some point. It must not be a permanent feature of providing water to the people. So at National Department Housing, rather Human Settlements, as you respond, I'm worried that this committee of the residents is appearing before you after a very long and tortuous process of trying to get an audience with people high up there. And we are told of something possibly being done only in the 2028-29 financial year. Can we give them some hope? I know it's not easy. Resources are not limitless. But to the extent that the Speaker of Parliament tabled their matter on the 9th of June, 2026, and said, let this be attended to. Can we have a sui generis approach to this? DG, Miami, thank you.
Hello, Chairperson.
Yes, Sisi?
Remember, Matjhabeng didn't respond. They had issues of connection before.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Just check if they are fine now.
Okay, sorry. Before we hand over to you, DG, Miami, and Tim, can we have Dr. Adonis respond? Dr. Adonis, are you in a good space to respond now?
Yes, Chair, on the issue of the SLA, we are committed, as Dr. Ntidi said, we have prioritized that. As early as next week, I would propose, Chair, to the CE and Dr. Ntidi to realize the expedition of the signing of the, we have signed the SLA in our own understanding from our legal department that this is the correct SLA for the agreement between us and Val Central. But be that as it may, Chair, as we have directed, we must prioritize this, and that is why I'm saying by next week we'll definitely be on the same roundtable with Val Central to come to some sort of an understanding as to where we differ in relation to this SLA. But in relation to other questions that were raised by honorable members, can I give over to Memase to respond to them? Memase.
Thank you, through you. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to address the issue of the go shacks, as Honorable Member Magagula has indicated. We are still in a process of enumeration. What is then going to happen is that we're going to filter all of them in terms of all the go shacks for us to be able to determine whether the people that are on these go shacks have they been allocated before, are they in our H&R register, or what is currently happening with them, so that we are able to have a full number of people that are actually in need of sites that are actually there, and then that will enable us to do a better planning. With regards to the relocation, The relocation was based on the assessment that we did as a municipality to say it will be favorable to then move the residents that are currently in phase 1 on a school site. That site is demarcated for a school, and we want to keep it that way because there is actually a need in terms of our IDP for a school site in that area. They will be incorporated in the phase 2 relocation, and that will also be determined by the feasibility studies that includes the studies for the township establishment to be able to determine the developable area and how many sites will be able to produce after we have done those studies in terms of Spluma. I think Matjhabeng covered us in terms of the time frame as one of your questions, Honorable Ditebe, to say after all this, when do we think that this township will actually be formalized? She indicated based on their budget and their priority list of the informal settlement within the province between 2028 and 2029 financial year. I think I've covered the issue of the ghost checks as well as the relocation. And yeah, I think also my colleague indicated that they will be able to assist with the trenches that are opened by the contractors appointed by HS. But also they will also work with our infrastructure because they said they will also assist with it. Another issue, I think the last issue that you raised, Honorable Ditebe, was the issue of the grazing. We'll take the matter and escalate it to our LED department in terms of the bylaw to see how to then intervene on this matter, so there will not be any tampering with any infrastructure or any servitude that is currently there, and to minimize the risk on our side. So I think from there we've been covered. I think the Human Settlement Department also covered us. Thank you, Chair.
You have not responded to location of 285, Leo Bosch.
Yes, Chair. What is happening is that we indicated that the school site, the residents that are actually located in the school sites will be relocated to the phase 2 Leo Bosch. So that township establishment will actually incorporate them as well. So this enumeration process is going to be able to see exactly how many dwellers or how many residents are actually in need of the sites. Because now what's happening is that we need to filter down based on the current dwellers that are there, because there are also illegal immigrants, there are also ghost shacks, there are also those that may have been allocated in other areas. So that will be able to, for the municipality to do an intensive assessment in terms of who is there and who is in need and who is not in need.
Memlatsane, I think you are not responding to the question correctly. The question is, what are the coordinates? Where is whatever site 285? Is it to the north, on the next to the small forest as you go west? Where exactly is it?
Chair, I think in the presentation, I think it's the slide number 4 of the municipality, we've indicated where the farm is indicated in red. It's just next to Kutlwanong K10, where the formal township is. Just next to it, it's the farm Louis Bosch 285. It is a farm that is owned by the municipality. If you allow me, should I flag it?
It's fine. We'll have a look at it. It's okay. We just wanted to know because, look, there was on the part of the community some expectation that the piece of land across the road next to the little forest is land that belongs to the municipality. As a matter of fact, when CFO Bele and other members of the National Department came last year. Your colleagues indicated that they were ready to relocate the community there. That's the only understanding I wanted to establish. But it's fine. We'll have a look at that. Then we will see what implications it has for the people. As I hand over to the National Department, I once again am asking. I know that the purse is quite constrained, but this matter has specially reached the table of the speaker. Are you able to, notwithstanding the constraints, do something to shorten the period as opposed to starting only in 2028-29? DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much. We will engage with our counterparts in the Free State to look at exactly what you are saying, whether what CFO Bele points out to say we must seek a reprioritization exercise, whether that is doable and if it can be able to take us how far. And we can then revert back to the portfolio committee and report. And I will leave to the CFO and DDG Dumalisile to respond to the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO and DDG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think DG has touched on my response, Chair, that allow us to go back and have a meeting with the province and see how best, together with DDG Dumalisile, because she's responsible for the informal settlements within the department as a program owner, and see how best we can assist the community in Kutlwanong. And Chairperson, I think what we can do now, before we can talk about the costings, we need to sit down and come up with the implementation plan and the timelines. So we need to agree together with the province and Matjhabeng and the community. What is it that can be done immediately in a short term? What is it that we can do in a medium term, and what is it that we can do in the long term before we can even talk about how much will be coming, because we need to sit down and agree so that we can come with the costings. Then we can look at the funds first. So, Chair, my response is allow us to go back and come back again with the timelines and the costings on all those things that needed to be done immediately to assist, because when there's a petition, Chair, we know that we need to start acting upon it. So that is my submission, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thanks, CFO DDG Dumalisile. Anything else to add?
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, the honorable members, the petitioners, the DGs and colleagues. Chair, I think you also asked a question in relation to the social facilitation and as to when that is the social facilitator is going to be appointed. What the CFO was raising, Chair, and this was in relation to the allocation to the provincial human settlements on the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant. She also indicated that it does actually allow for the province to appoint a social facilitator to assist in terms of the program. So that will depend on the whole process that we are going to do, so that the prioritization, if it is doable, then it can factor in the issue of the social facilitator for that project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG Dumalisile. I didn't ask this question. It's part of the presentation from the province. But I want to put this question both to the provincial department and the national department. It hasn't featured at all. This relates to the R293 1962 apartheid era proclamation relating to those townships, and I think our provincial Department of Human Settlements has given us the numbers. I'd like to know whether the issue of the Northwest Housing Corporation and the National Department in particular, with regards to the cabinet decision with regards to the stock of houses has been resolved because it has had implications legally in the past for Mangaung Metro and the people there. It's something very similar to what Ntate Mofokeng is here about. If you could respond to that, then we give the petitioners just one last opportunity then. Secretary, if I'm not wrong, we would have exhausted all of the items for the day. Secretary, is that correct?
Yes, Chair, on the side of the presentations, but you said you were going to give the petitioners a closing before we go to our internal
Yes.
business.
Yes, no, I did say that. I did say that. That's why I'm raising before, because this question has not been raised by any of the members specifically. I know there is a matter that affects the Northwest Housing Corporation, which demanded some 1 billion rand or whatever amount it was, notwithstanding a cabinet decision. We are told that these assets must be handed over to the people that occupy them, as we know that deed of title, if the occupant does not have it, is not deemed legally speaking, even though we know that they've been in that house for 30, 50 years, whatever period of time. So has that been resolved? That's my question to the DG, Dr. Miemi, and because it has implications for the Free State. Because we need to go back, just as our HOD, Free State, Advocate Partler has said that we will go back as we will indeed do with the issue of Ntate Mofokeng and this one of the petitioners in K10 phase 2. DG, R293.
Chairperson, sorry, this matter has not been resolved as yet. The discussions are ongoing, but we are beginning to find each other because what we are grappling with is the financial instruments. Make sure that we can do the transfer without compromising the financial position of financial health of the Northwest Housing Corporation. So those discussions are ongoing. We will give feedback on them as well.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much. I'm very happy with the response, and I think the province is on board quite clearly. I will then ask Ntate Mofokeng before we close to say his last word on this, his impression of the meeting and the extent to which he thinks the committees that have been invited to this are determined to help resolve the issue. Before I do so, DG, I'm aware that the minister is not here, Deputy Minister, nor is the MEC, but I would like to say this and allow me to put Advocate Patlo on the pedestal there. And this is about a good story. Last week, one of the BNG units burned down, and I immediately reached out to him at 27 minutes past 2. Around 3 minutes past 3, he had a telecon with me and one of the officials in Dadelieu. And even though, fiscally, they are quite constrained, he was able to respond immediately. On that same day, on Friday in the afternoon, and yesterday, the material that is required to build a temporary structure was delivered, and the contractor has been assigned to deal with the matter. We're talking here of a responsive government. And I thought that, these our officials, oftentimes there is this perception that, they get paid too much, they're doing nothing, but very few people get to acknowledge when they do, and a lot of good work. And I'm hoping that our municipality there, Matjhabeng, you are taking note that we have to be responsive and communicate with people, and that it must be very transparent. So we would like to say thank you to Advocate Patlo, and he was with us even last year throughout our oversight itinerary in the Free State. And we would like all of our officials to emulate him, and we must multiply the pathos in our government system so that we are able to respond to the people. So I thought I should say that as I hand over to Ndate Mofokeng to please say his last word, and then we will ask the residents of K10 Phase 2 to also say their word. Ndate Mofokeng, the floor is yours. Ndate Mofokeng, can you are muted, Ndate Mofokeng. Ndate Mofokeng, you are muted. I can see you are talking, but you are muted. Okay, get someone to help you. Unmute. Okay, Ndate Mofokeng, why? Okay, all right.
Can you hear me, Ndate?
Yes, I can. Thank you. We can. We can.
Thanks a lot there. I said, lastly, what I can do is to thank you also, as you have just thanked Dr. Patlo there, to say what we have done today for these 177 people that are still staying in the houses as squatters. I can say they are squatters because those houses doesn't belong to them. And I would like to thank you very much. And also the reach, for the first time in 18 years, I've been running up and down, being tossed around as well. But today, it's something that I can't even believe what is happening today. That my matter for 18 years running up and down with all those people that the others have been arrested and been jailed. The budget of the human settlement. We must say these things because we know them. Others are now facing court cases, and I have tried to warn these people. I've tried to approach these people, but they were not approachable. But now, with you, it's less than 6 months. I am now able to speak on behalf of these people. These people, most of them, when they are going to be checked by Mrs. Machela there, she will find that there are going to be discrepancies because some have passed on, because it's almost over a period of 18 years and more now. But that I will discuss with her. I'm happy there is some commitment from also the national parliament or national government to say they are going to intervene or to assist the province so that this thing can be done away with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndate Mofokeng. That also gives us some hope, and indeed this is mutual. So where there are challenges indeed, the collective that is here will assume the mind of a buffalo and face the tempest and get all the obstacles out of the way for the sake of the people. I will now hand over to the delegation from K10 to then say their last word, after which we will then close the meeting. Secretary, you said we have some in-house issues that we need to deal with after the meeting.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll hand over to the Deputy Secretary of the committee, Matjhabeng Matiso, to then address you. Matjhabeng.
Kopa ho leboha hape ka motsotso e re boelang re o fuwa. Re kopa ho leboha re le komiti. Re tlo leboha boipiletsong ba rona ba di-trenches tse re lileng ka tsona. Re se re fumane karabo hodima tsona. Re kgutla hape re tlo tla leboha moifo tabeng ya hore moifo o tlo leka ho kgutsufatsa nako. Hoba ka nnete e ne se e re utlwisa bohloko bitsong la hobane hona vale re a bona hore ho balwa di-structures ka ho rona. Ha o qala ho phethesela jwalo se re ba le tshepo yane re le setjhaba hore ba le ho ba loka. Then le teng e tla ga batho ba se ba bona ho so ho thutse ho itse tube ba ipotsa hore na ho etsahala eng ba sa tsebe hore athe re emetse 2028 2029. Ra leboha ha moifo o tlo boela hape o kgutlela morao ho shebisana hore na ba ka thusetsa ka tsela e feng hore ho kgutsufatswe taba ya nako. Re ntse re kopa re leboha department ya tsa metsi ka mokgwa ba ntseng ba sebetsa ka teng. Re kopa le di-department tse ding haholo re setjhaba se kgathatswang ke mello. Re a tjhellwa. Re kopa department tse ding le tsona ha o ntso ho lokisana le taba ya ho kgutsufatsa nako di re phallele di re thuse. Re thusa le tabang tsa mello, re thusa ha le tabeng tsa bophelo bo botle. Haeba ho na le mokgwa hore mohlomong ho ka tliswa le ha eka ba container e le nngwe fela sebakeng sa le sa rona hore re tsebe hore maqheku a rona ha nke maeto a matelele ho ya ditleliniking hoba ka nako nngwe ba misa le di-date ha ba e ka baka la hore ke hole le batho ba kulang jwalo le bana. Ne re kopa tje hore di-department tse nang le bohona hore di kenelle ra kopa re etsa boipiletso hore ha re ntse re emetse nako ba mpe ba re thuse. Le tabeng ya di-hippo tanks re sa boetse hape re ipiletsa hore wele re kopa thuso re kopa le re thuse. Re a leboha re leboha ka monyetla ona wa hore be re fumane tsatsi la kajeno la hore re tlo bua le moifo ya palamente mekgatlo ka ho fapana teng re leboha nete dithebe re sa boetse re mo leboha leeto la le nkileng le rona hore re be re tlo iphumana re le sebakeng sena se e leng hore re ho sona. Re setjhaba se sengata haholo se ka nqane ho 3000. Re sa balele le batho be leng hore ba dula kapa ha ba dule re setjhaba se sengata haholo e ka reng le lona ha le ka la fihla ka hara rona ba sokang ba fihlella la bona hore re a hlomola maemo a rona a bohloko. Re a leboha.
Thank you, Matjhabeng. Thank you very much. DG, I think the issue of the balls that are used in informal settlements to contain incidents of fire, kindly, if you could just also go back to the drawing board, check with the provincial department, municipality, if you have those in stock. We have already had incidents, but the community leadership here has liaised with Red Cross and not sufficient though, but some relief provided the combo kitchen sets and so forth, but that is not always enough to provide them with shelter, especially after corrugated iron structures have been exposed to excessive temperatures or heat. That is often a challenge, but I think we must subscribe to the mantra of prevention being better than cure from the point of view of prevention of fires and training people. Red Cross has already undertaken to help them in that regard. So even with regards to non-state actors, those collaborations and synergies are very important. I think Matjhabeng is also paying attention. I've specifically made a call to our national department because I know that they have helped in the past. So on that note, I'd like to thank all of you. It's Friday. Members of Parliament were supposed to be in session attending some training on artificial intelligence, etc., trying to look smarter and so forth, predictive, generative, agentic AI, and so forth, getting to know what are botnets and malicious algorithms, all big things there. But anyway, we are here about the needs of the people. And I'd like to thank you all, our DGs, our two DGs, Water and Sanitation, Human Settlements, and their executives, Acting Municipal Manager and your executive, Dr. Adonis, our very important entity, Val Central. This is an entity DG that we must build to similar proportions as Umgenu Tugela and Randwater. But it's only if Dr. Adonis and his team start doing what is right, sign on the dotted line. And those of us that are able to pay, let us pay for water consumption. This cannot be financed from the fiscus. The user must pay. And of course, the indigents must also be provided for. So on that note, I'd like to thank you all. This meeting is adjourned. And members of the committee, please may you remain. And as we go back, Dr. Adonis and Dr. Malibani, HOD, can we get those trenches filled with soil so that when it rains, communities are not exposed to danger? We have had drownings already in the area. We don't want a repeat of that. But thank you once again. Thank you. I'm quite...
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good day.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, my municipality. Thank you. I want you to look good. I want you to look good. Memulezan. Okay. The rest of the other members, are you still here? Secretary, you will guide us as other people are exiting the platform. And Mofokeng, yes, you may exit the platform, and thanks to your hosts or whoever it is that's helping you. They've been very good. You've been consistent throughout in attendance. You will indicate, Secretary, when it's time for us to start our in-house business. I see the numbers are declining very fast of people that are leaving the platform.
Yes, Chairperson, I will indicate, but I'm just checking now if we do have the quorum at this point in time to consider and adopt our minutes.
Do we have it?
I'm trying to see, we are 1, 2, 3, 4 members now.
And what's our quorum?
Our quorum is supposed to be 6.
Okay, then if that's the case, there is no hope of other members joining us because this is towards the end of the meeting. We'll have to defer that item. We will report to the chair that we could not dispense with the item on the minutes because of the reasons that you've shared with us. But thank you very much, Secretary, and your colleagues. It's always possible. And then I do Abuditsepo, that day Jalisa, Doc, thank you very, very much. And you are always conscientious. You can always be depended upon. And thank you very much. You give us strength too. So I think on that note, then I will conclude this meeting until further notice. Thank you very much. You may enjoy
you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. How's Betty?
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Chairperson.
Bye.
Bye. Go diraganya mmuso le ko bo di-ruraleng so man. Hey.
Kana ke Freitag ke last day ka mamoso ra pata kere.
Okay, se go
Yeah,
siame.
sure.
A leboga.